Hey, party people. Broadcasting from deep in the heart of Texas. It is now the 11th hour. Do you know where your reality is? Hey guys, what is up? I am your host with the most care performance, alongside Fizzy Pop and Nobleness D. Welcome to the, what did I call this broadcast? The Buckwheat has been shot broadcast.
Hostage
Yes. And the reason I did this, what's that?
hostage broadcast. I wanted to go to
Hostage?
hostage.
Oh, you're
I wanted
taking,
to go to bed.
oh,
It's like
I know. I know. I
okay.
took you
All right.
hostage. Hostage. You know what? The reason I took you hostage, I'm saying it, so you understand the pronunciation. Um, the reason I'm saying hostage, or the reason we took you hostage, is because we have to talk about some major events. Now,
That
when
is
I was
true.
getting ready for the broadcast, okay, I want to ask this question to the audience. I think that I have stumbled on maybe another Mandela effect. I'm not saying I'm 100% sure about this, but I need to ask the audience because holy shit. Okay, so do you guys remember in the 80s when Reagan was shot? And remember, like, okay, what they were doing, SNL was doing at the time is they were doing what the news was doing, which was every freaking thing we watched for the next few hours was, they would break into your programming and they would say, Buckwheat has, they were making fun of it as a parody, saying Buckwheat has been shot because they were saying Reagan has been shot over and over and over and over and over. Reagan has been shot. The president has been shot. Okay. So SNL did a skit and they did the same thing. Like on their their like they had their normal whatever broadcast, and then they would break in and be like, Buckwheat has been shot. Okay, so I thought I would just find a little, avatar or something or whatever doing the Buckwheat has been shot thing, just trying to parody that. But here's the weird part. Apparently, Buckwheat wasn't shot during that broadcast. Buckwheat was killed. So now it's Buckwheat is dead. And I don't remember him being dead. I just remember him being shot because they were making fun of, they were, running with the same idea of Reagan being shot, just shot, not killed. So now when I looked it up, now maybe I'm missing something here. Maybe it was like that's the only one I could really find. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But dude, if they killed Buckwheat, I'm tripping a little bit because I think I remember him just being shot. Now maybe he died later, but initially he was just shot. Now it's all Buckwheat's dead. That's kind of weird to me. Anyway, just a maybe a memory lapse, but something I definitely I
I
felt compelled to tell you about. So
about Reagan. I heard it was shot at, but I didn't know they actually like shot
oh
him.
no, Reagan got shot, man. He almost died,
Then
surgery and everything.
some of us weren't born yet.
Oh my god. You know, well, all right, fine.
I
That
wasn't even
does
a fetus.
that's no excuse.
I was a dream.
That's listen. No, that's no reason why you shouldn't know some history, Fizzy. Okay.
No, we
Look,
learned about the old presidents like George Washington and stuff, and the
yeah.
current president, but nobody ever talked about Reagan like at all. Sorry.
Let's see here. Yeah, what do people remember here? Let's see. Jodie Foster's stalker shot him. I think so. Yeah, he shot that dude. Shot Reagan. He's also oddly, strangely had some connections with Bush Senior, and yeah, that was weird. Mm. I think it was like MK Ultra, but whatever. That's for another day. Uh, it was totally Buckwheat's been shot. I'm telling you, man. Hold on. I know it's so silly to start this off like this, but whatever. I'm doing it. We're going to look at Let me grab some
Screw Trump.
SNL.
It's all about buckwheat.
Yeah, it's about Buckwheat, dude. I'm more upset that
Trump is a
Buckwheat
made-up fictional character.
was killed, bro. Hold on. So when I just look up Buckwheat has
You're
been
keeping it
shot.
real.
Hold on, let me look, watch. Let me put this on screen. Okay. So Buckwheat's dead now. Okay, so now it's just Buckwheat's dead. Okay, he got shot. Okay. So watch. I'm gonna stop. So they're gonna break in and they're gonna show Buckwheat. But now they I remember them telling us he was just shot. Why is he dead?
Oh, we can't hear it.
Oh, damn it. All right, hold on. Let me reacquire here. One second. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. Okay. All right. Here we go. All right. Let me go back a little bit.
Scene everyone knows. Good evening, I'm Ted Koppel. Surely everyone knows by now that Buckwheat is dead. But for those of you who have not seen the videotape of Buckwheat being shot, let's take a look.
So Buckwheat's dead, but so now it's Buckwheat's dead, and then, but I remember it was just over and over. We didn't even know if he died. I don't know. It's just some weird thing. Like I don't remember being like this. I always just laughed about him being shot. I don't remember him dying. Isn't that weird? I don't know.
Color or black and white? Because I dream in black and
Okay, so we're gonna go here. Then let me see here. Let me go back to the broadcast.
In just a moment, John David Stutz will face arraignment on charges of murder. Why did Stutz?
Okay. I guess they just get into more about Buckwheat, the whole life story of Buckwheat. But yeah, in the beginning, it was just shot. So I can't find any stuff or anything related to that. So maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, if you guys get a chance, check it out and let me know what you think. Okay, so we're back on to topic here. So the biggest thing that happened, obviously, everybody's seen it. Trump apparently was, I guess, involved in an assassination attempt. Now, there's a lot of questions I have about a lot of things, and I already told Noble and Fizzy kind of my thoughts, and I guess some of you guys probably heard it too on the earlier, like, sort of test broadcast. And I was like, just sharing with you guys, like, okay, this seems really weird that, you know, with the political um, arena that we're in right now, being so volatile, I would think that, places like that where there's a good line of sight from, say, a position where you could get a rifle and shoot at somebody, even if it's 300 yards away. It's not really a big deal with a high powered rifle and a scope. So, I would think that they would have that stuff marked out and pretty well secured, right? Apparently they didn't. So, we have this quick thing to show you here. This was the BBC. Now, this is X. I had to join X to get any kind of good information because everything on, the normal stuff like YouTube or anything else is just being censored, and they're all pushing the mainstream stuff. It's just disgusting. I hate it.
Why was the BBC there though?
Oh, I don't know, but BBC was doing something. But they interviewed this guy, and he had some really interesting stuff to say about what he saw. So let's go into that first, real quick. One second. Here we go.
Inside the event, but you were just outside. Tell us what you saw and what. So we had a party here all day. You can see behind us at the Brinkles Farming Greenhouse here. We had a party, and we all decided, hey, when we hear Trump up there, we're going to walk up through the field, stand by the trees out there under the shade, and watch and listen to the rally. Right? We couldn't see him, but we could hear him. So we walked up, and probably 5 to 7 minutes of Trump speaking. I'm estimating here. I have no idea, but we noticed a guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, and we're pointing We're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle. We can clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely.
Okay, so these guys obviously see a guy with a rifle. Okay. And then he goes on to say in the interview that they were notifying or yelling at the police and they were trying to, get their attention and say, there is a dude over here with a freaking rifle, up there on this building. And they were just ignoring him, right? He says, we were trying. We were like, hey, we're pointing, or this guy's, up to something. Then everybody seemed to like not really care. Now, maybe the police in their defense thought it was one of their own, or maybe Secret Service or somebody else positioning themselves in case they needed to. That could be. Okay. Well, here's where I find all this to be strange. This is the strange part. Now, I've heard the theories that this is all staged and whatnot. The poll is going to go up. Okay. And I want people to tell me in their honest opinion what they think and just what's on your mind. Don't worry about what I'm saying. Just tell me what just take the poll and I'll put it up here in a second and tell me what you think. But it's strange to me that 300 yards away, apparently they didn't really know where this guy was. He was hunkered down on top of a roof. He takes a shot, he takes a couple shots, right? Hits Trump, let's just say. Then all of a sudden, they're on top of Trump, and just like within I don't know, like a minute, 2 minutes, they're already saying the shooter's down. They already know they got him. Now, how in the hell did they get him so quick? And he's so far away. And like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how would you shoot? You couldn't shoot him from the ground. You'd have to be in another upper position. Now, how did you not even see the guy? And how did he die so quick after the shooting? So then I started thinking, like, that's really convenient too. He's dead, right? So he can't talk. So that's strange. So then I started thinking, I was like, dude, are we playing? Is this game we're playing where you guys kind of know something's about to happen, but you just look the other way and then, then kill the guy after he, what I'm saying? Like they're going to do their job. They're going to kill him. But in the meantime, there's certain powers around Trump that would allow this to happen. Do you guys think that somebody would be, those type of people, given what we know and the political atmosphere that we've dealt with for the last 4 5 years with all the stuff that we've seen? So that's where I'm kind of leaning right now. Is it's kind of like I think it was kind of in a sense allowed to happen because of the way they took him out so quickly. It's like they almost had him sighted up, and as soon as he took the shot, they take him out. You see what I'm saying? Just
I feel you a little more on the fact that he was able to be in that position in the first place.
Exactly.
That's pretty absurd. He was on a rooftop, like
yes,
like what? Oh, it's like a tin freaking
like
roof.
a tin roof. Yes, on a metal building.
It isn't like
dude.
there's a little penthouse door on those buildings.
And you're telling me like
so he climbed up the side. So somehow he climbed up the side and they didn't notice.
Bro,
it's ridiculous.
You're gonna tell me no Secret Service
yeah,
stood at the stage and scans it with binoculars.
If it was
and looks
just
around and
police
seeing
thing going on, maybe dude could hustle up and no one quite noticed quick enough. But the Secret Service is supposed to have all the buildings covered.
I was thinking like maybe if the dude took a pot shot from, like maybe just outside the event, okay, fine. But dude scurried up like a building, like first off, if you're Secret Service, you're standing there at the podium, okay. I don't know what they do, but this is what I would do. I would stand there as if I'm Trump, and I would scan around and look for any places which would be good for a sniper's nest. That's what I would think. I'm not worried about a handgun because they check everybody coming in, so that's pretty much not going to happen. Plus, if you did pull out a gun and start pointing it, the crowd would probably jump you before you really even got a good shot at the president anyway. So the best way to get to Trump would be from a high advantage point where, you could, have a little nest and you could, take your shot. Right. And yet you're telling me this guy was able to, climb the building and this Yahoo sees him and they notify police and they say there's a gun and they all ignore him. What? Anyway, let's play the rest of this and you'll see what I'm talking about. So I think there's something up here. And I think there's people around Trump that want him dead. I don't think they cared. I think they were hoping they were just going to make sure they neutralize the dude and, whatever. But Yeah, it's looking a little sus to me. But here we go.
We're pointing at them. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, huh, what? Like they didn't know what was going on. We're like, hey, right here on the roof. We can see him from right here. We see him. He's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2 or 3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%. 100%.
And he was up there for a couple of minutes.
He was up there.
You saw him up there for a couple of minutes.
Absolutely. At least 3 to 4 minutes.
And you were telling the police and the Secret Service?
We were telling the police. We were pointing at them for the Secret Service, who were looking at us from the top of the barn. They were looking at us the whole time when we were standing by that tree.
3-4 minutes is a long time.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Because the roof, the way that the slope went, he was behind where they could see.
So how did they kill him so quick?
How did they not radio down and get Trump off the stage, right?
Right.
At the very least, out of precaution.
Right. So one would say, okay, fine. Some people say, oh, it's all fake. Fine. You can believe what you want. But I mean, it's going to be hard to do makeup and put a hole in your
that guy's
ear.
hair is obviously fake.
Actually, you know what? When they took him down, you could put a gash in his ear to make it legit.
Yeah.
It's a simple little trick there.
Maybe
and the
so.
one on his face too.
Maybe so.
I don't know.
His reaction seemed fairly legit to me. It seemed.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't. Look, Trump's he's an old guy. He's not. I mean, I know he's pretty. He for his age, he's got a lot of energy, right? I mean, shit, I'd say Trump's got more energy than I got some days. But let's say this. All right, he gets shot. Did he fall to the ground or dive? Or no, he got down. But then again, you got another person that supposedly was killed. I haven't seen any footage of that. They say there was a lot of blood, so I'm assuming somebody took some. We'll see. Maybe there's some video evidence of that, of another person dying. So, I mean, if it's all fake, then is that dude, was that dude just, sort of I don't know, a stage, a prop in this whole thing? I don't know. And I get it.
Was he just a, what's his name that shot at FK?
What's that? Oh, you're talking about Lee Harvey Oswald?
Yeah, is he another Oswald? Like,
was there
really other shooters? Yeah. And they
all
all
yeah.
Think of that.
Maybe.
And it's not impossible depending on what's going on. For all we know.
I mean, like I said, there's a lot.
It seems strange.
Strange
if you're gonna be like, hey, yeah, just turn your head the other way, let this slide, or put these people in position, blah blah blah, and you send some dude that can't shoot. Well,
right,
that's a little weak, right?
Right.
You hypnotize some dude with no shooting skills. What's up with that?
I have. Look, it came from one side. There weren't multiple shooters, but if they really, really, really wanted him done in, they could have. If they wanted to hire a true blue assassin, I guess they could have. I mean, this,
but then you can point at greater forces at play.
Sure,
as a possibility. Who knows? I'm not claiming that, but I'm just saying.
Dan, I sent you a photo. This photo's been spread around. I don't know if it's real or fake, but someone claims they captured the bullet on camera.
Really? Okay.
I don't know if they took it from the video or whatever, but I don't know. I can't tell if things are photoshopped honestly anymore.
Yeah. What?
Okay. I don't know. I don't know
either. Okay.
I don't think a bullet shows up.
I don't know if you're going to be able to see this either.
Shouldn't it have part of his ear on
it? No.
I don't
should not have part of his ear. Dude, that's a trip if it caught that. Then that's kind of how it would look, I mean, it's going to look elongated because, it's moving so fast. I'll blow it up. Maybe you guys can see.
I was trying to get a sense of the exact angle his head was at, which was something close to this, and the way the damage is, the place in the ear, and then where was the shooter, and was it possible that they had that sort of angle? Because his head was turned quite a bit.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'd like to see a layout as to what building top that people are saying the shooter was on.
Well, I mean, yeah, sure. I'm sure we're gonna see more information on that.
And the
But there's something
scratches
right there.
came from glass on the podium. That's why he was cut like that, I guess. Because I wasn't sure, like, if he hurt himself when he fell down or something. But I know it was the glass.
Well, glass on the podium. I mean, how did it break?
I don't know
Usually
if
it's
it
gonna
broke
be
in the
beveled.
commotion or.
I mean, glass, just because the edge of glass isn't sharp, I mean, it could be beveled and you could totally run your hand over it, won't cut you. So it had to be broken. Or, I'm saying, like, it, all of it looks to me like Trump literally, took a bullet.
I am.
So I'm saying that I feel like somebody
Yeah.
did shoot at him. I feel, though, that people sort of either drop the ball or it's just weird how they're gonna find out with this guy that literally he is some shithead who's probably literally, I don't know, maybe you're gonna find out that somebody's saying that apparently it looks like he could be a Hispanic guy. Now that's not, I'm just throwing it out there as
You
initially.
told me not to say that, Dan.
No. I said no.
That's not the way it went, Fizzy.
That is exactly what happened.
No, because I thought we were live, and Fizzy goes, "You can't trust those Hispanics." I'm thinking, what? What are you saying? She was, of course, joking, but I thought we were live.
Because he's gonna
Right.
deport them all.
She's saying it like the German thing.
Right. He's not going to deport all of them. He's just going to deport some of them.
Like, which of the millions of Hispanics?
I know. I know. You
Well,
can't
there's
really.
a difference between
everyone.
Hispanic and Hispanic Americans. Like, if you're an American, obviously.
Oh, dude.
But if you just got here like 2 months ago and you're committing crimes all over, you have to go back.
So it's like a rumor that someone said Buddy looked kind of Hispanic that was on the rooftop. I'm sure we'll find out in the future.
We'll find out.
But it is interesting that Trump was talking about immigration and immigrants
right as he shot.
The same moment.
Exactly.
That's a little extra more coincidental thing.
Well, and like I said, there's probably a couple folks that and again, this guy could be, who knows what, we'll find out. Maybe he's a South American dude. Maybe he's in a he had some military background over there. Whatever. I mean, everybody's like, how did you get a gun? Well, it's really not that hard to get a gun in America. Okay. So you could just pretty much buy a gun from somebody.
Especially if it was like a hunting rifle, like they think it was.
Yeah, so it was an AR. It was an AR-15, I think they said. Yeah,
it always is. Like
it's always the AR. Yeah. So
there's
anyway,
more than one type of gun.
Sure,
right?
Sure. Yeah, there is. But typically people, I mean, ARs are they're designed for doing maximum damage. I mean, you got to get the job done. It's not a bad gun to choose. So anyway, let's listen what dude has to say here. Carrot Top.
I can't. He looks like Beaker from the Muppets. With
I know his hair is outrageous. Anyway,
I don't think that hair is real. I think he is a bald man.
You think he's got a Trump hat with like, I don't know, he's got a red beard.
He knew he was going to be on camera, so he just found something to stick on his head because he's like,
maybe the cap comes with the hair. It's one of those.
I think they just found a guy that screams white dude.
That's true.
And more I look at this too, it's like, dude does. I mean,
he is so British.
Mr. Potato Head over here, British dude.
Pretty brutal, eh?
Oh my God, he looks like he's like they're like in front of a green screen kind of too. But anyway, let's watch and see.
But why is there not Secret Service on all of these roofs here? I mean, this is not a big place.
Clearly.
Did you see? I mean, obviously, everyone when the shooting started, everyone was very panicked. Did you see what happened to him at all?
Oh yeah, they blew his head off.
Okay, sorry.
Secret Service blew his head off.
Okay, just be careful because I was watching. But you're pretty sure they shot the guy.
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay. Yep. You saw that happen?
Yep.
Oh, okay. So he saw Secret Service do it. How? I mean, how did Secret Service shoot him? And again,
he said they had a guy on a barn. Whether that meant on a roof or an upper level, I'm not sure. But the Secret Service, there was some Secret Service on a barn. He said.
How did the Secret Service guy not see this dude
Well,
climbing up on top of the building, dude.
Kind of the point of them being up there.
Wow.
Okay. Yep. And did you see them go up to him afterwards, or?
They crawled up on the roof. They had their guns pointed at him, make sure he was dead. He was dead, and that was it.
Oh my God.
That's incredibly shocking.
The guy was on the roof.
Another thing too, I want to point out,
Dan.
and just what?
Dan,
What?
those visors come with fake hair.
They do?
What?
I told you.
I just said that. I was like,
Just
maybe it is one of those ones with fake hair.
Look at it.
Oh.
That he's wearing it. He's wearing
Is he?
It suits him.
Let me see.
He just looks
Hell
like a
yeah.
bald
It's a good
Rock
person.
on. You got to be kidding me. I am buying one of those tonight. Holy
I don't know
shit.
if he'd
hold on.
look good as a redhead, but
I don't know.
You can
Maybe
try
not,
it.
but there it is right there.
just that.
Tease it up a little bit.
That's funny. Okay, cool. Well, now we're down at the bottom of that. Also,
Okay.
I want to say one other thing is the other thing I thought was a little strange too is that when Trump, okay, look, somebody was shooting at me. I know they said the shooter was down. And I know things seemed relatively safe. I mean, you were literally surrounded by 6 human shields. The chances you're going to get shot are probably nil. However, I did find it strange that Trump was worried about his shoes on the way out. Like, why would you care? I mean, at this point, you've just been shot. Let's get you, let's go. You can worry about your shoes later. And besides, you're Trump, so you can buy a set of shoes. And it's not, even if you lost a shoe, okay, and you got to replace the pair, is it really going to break your bank? Probably not. You're Donald Trump. So I thought it was a little weird that Trump was concerned about his shoes. Like unless he just didn't want to walk in his bare socks because he just, whatever, I guess maybe he's that kind of guy. But I thought that was a little weird. Anyway, just making a point.
When I watched it, I was laughing because if Trump never knew about this, if it's all a surprise to him,
yeah,
he was thinking, money, this is freaking money. And he's like cashing in, right?
Trump. Yeah. One thing
what
about
more
Donald
could
Trump,
you ask for,
At the way he reacted though to this event is exactly the way I thought he would react. Like, dude, if you don't take him out, this guy's going to use every opportunity to seize. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, he's cashing in on this.
Oh,
I don't mean
dude.
literally. I mean money, politically money.
Trump ain't letting a good crisis go to waste. Oh no. He's like, and then all those reporters, they got that image that I showed up earlier, with the flag. Well, that shit's gonna be that. You might as well just hand it in the presidency after this.
I was questioning that image, and then I was a bit back and forth on it. I don't think there's quite the angle that the audience don't get in it, and you can see that flag from that angle. But I could be wrong. I don't know. When I look I can see that
maybe it's probably above the crowd, I think. So when you're down below, you can see it.
Yeah, but extremely, I don't think it's quite right.
I was just gonna let you know that Prime Day is coming up on Amazon, and I need your new address. I am sending you one of these hats.
Awesome. I will wear that proudly. You bet I will.
Remember to spike it up like Beaker.
Okay. I'll definitely spike
Sorry,
it up.
I was stop distracting everyone. I'm sorry. I'm overtired a little bit.
Right there, you can see the white roof. Right there.
Did you get a look at him? Could you?
No, other than he was in muted colors, tan type clothing. We saw the rifle flinging around as he was trying to crawl. I mean, we saw the rifle, 100%.
Do you know about guns? Do you know what kind of weapon it was?
Oh, I absolutely know about guns, for sure. Yeah, I mean, it was a rifle of some sort. I wouldn't know, I wasn't close enough to read the label on it, but it was a rifle of some sort. Yeah, absolutely.
So how do you process what you've just seen?
I don't know what to say, man. All I'll tell you is, if I walked up close to there with anything that Secret Service considered a problem, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you right now. But I don't know why a guy who we're standing there pointing out to police and Secret Service is crawling up the roof.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, right there by that tree. We were outside the security perimeter. But my question is, there's only a few buildings around here. Why is Secret Service not on every building Here.
Well, there's a whole bunch of questions I think that are going to come.
There's a whole bunch of questions.
Yeah.
Yes, she was right in front of me. She kept going back and forth right in front of me. Yes.
Tell us about her.
I mean, nice horse, nice lady running with a flag. Seemed very, patriotic.
But what's the significance of that?
No, he asked me if I saw a horse.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, I'm sorry you had to witness that. That was a terrible thing.
What, the horse or the lady on a horse? What was terrible? Okay, wait, I'm just kidding. But look, so she mentioned the horse. Was it like, I thought he was not maybe a police officer on a horse. Okay, never mind. I'm confused.
And you just stay safe with your family and
Gotcha.
yourself. Thanks for your time.
Man.
Okay. There you go. So, what do y'all think?
I was still looking at the original video when he's going down the steps. Yeah, but it's really not that relevant whether an image is completely the way it was or if it was just doctored up for the moment a bit.
Just so the audience knows, like I was saying earlier, we're probably going to end up going to broadcast on Rumble, which is not going to affect the broadcast in itself, other than I will be shutting down the YouTube stream. So if I'm not saying it's happening tonight, but definitely probably in the near future, because I've got a 90-day, I'm in whatever YouTube jail for 90 days. So I've got a little bit of a problem there. So if I get another one of these, that's strike 2, and then strike 3. They shut your whole channel down. So what we're gonna do is we'll probably just, if this does happen, and we're at strike 2, well then, okay, there's where it ends. So what we're gonna do is we'll start the broadcast, YouTube and Rumble, and then about 5 minutes in, we'll say our hellos, we'll peace out, we'll go over there, and that's where we'll just finish the stream. We just won't finish it on YouTube. So all of those out there that enjoy watching the broadcast at some point, I would recommend that you please subscribe and go to Rumble. It's free to join, whatever, and so there you go. Also, because I'm going to start, because the way the news has been lately, and it's really difficult to find good content, or at least the latest content, from other individuals. I'm going to go ahead and I created a Twitter /X account. Now, I just used my Google account, but they asked me to, put in a name or something. So I put in, which I got the name, which I'm kind of shocked I have it. Real Scarab, SCARAB. Okay, so that's me on X. So if you're on X and you want to be friends, there you go. Okay, so there's that. So those two things, and then yeah, let's hope the strike doesn't come. But dude, they're getting real nitpicky. I don't know if they're just mad at me last week for, talking crap about Fauci or something. But they said I was, dude, spreading medical misinformation again. It's like, come on, fuck. Dude, I try. Besides, I know. I don't remember what we even really talked about, other than, like maybe, I always talk about my thoughts on it, but I don't get all in depth about it, right? Dude, so whatever. They're just being real nitpicky again. And I just feel like, you get, once they find out you did something like that, they just target you, man. They look for any of the algorithms for you to screw up. And you're basically just, it's just a waiting game at some point. It's inevitable. It's going to happen. So screw it, man. I'm not doing with that. I'm just not going to lose another channel. So I'm just going to go over to do all my crap over there on Rumble. I don't even care. So we'll just do it like that. If it happens, like I said, I get strike 2, that's where I'll be. So now you guys will know. Just check over there that week, because I won't be able to tell you. I might post it on X, I guess, or whatever. I don't even know what to do with all this yet. I'm just gonna whatever. But if push comes to shove
on Twitter, Dan?
No. I don't have no. Yeah, I have no need to do that.
You just
Next comes the chip.
Oh, shut up, dude. You know what? No.
He's
I
gonna
mean,
become an Instagram baddie. That's what Dan's gonna do.
next thing I know, I got an
He's gonna have his
OnlyFans
hat. He's
account.
gonna have fancy
Yeah.
hair. He's gonna steal himself. He's gonna be like, yeah.
I've got
He'll start posing
OnlyFans.
by the pool
Oh God.
with
I
his
told you.
Mike's Hard Lemonade.
I told you put my telepathic idea with
What's
X.
that? What?
That's what I think will happen.
What's up?
It'll become X likely being the platform will become a telepathic interface possibility. So you'll be able to go to rooms and like share experiences with people directly with your mind. You tell me people won't sign up for that shit.
Yeah. I remember that now. Which, dude, hey, I can see it. Just give it enough time. We'll be there.
I think it's something we used to have, right? But
Right.
now it's going to be brought back with a technological interface for manipulation. Right?
I see.
Control.
Okay. Could be. I mean, I definitely think there's something there. I think it's strange, dude. I was talking about dude getting shot this week. I was like, they're gonna have to shoot him. I literally said that, and and I can't remember if you guys remember if I said that on a broadcast before. I think I did, but I can't remember when or if. But like, I remember this week, when I was like, dude, I'm like, this is the only way they can win is that like they take
certainly
him out.
running short on options and time.
Certainly, yeah. Well, and you look, man. Joe's not getting any smarter. He's not getting any younger, and this is all gonna keep going downhill. So in a couple more months, dude, who knows how much cognitive ability he's gonna lose from this point now. So I'm just saying, I don't think they can keep giving the dude a bunch of Adderall and cocaine. You know what I mean? I just don't think.
I don't think they're
that's
giving
gonna
him
work.
either. He's too sleepy.
Well, dude, did you see him in the interview where he was up there talking just like the
he
other
was
day?
hype, yeah.
Dude, did you see how wired he was? His eyes were, man, like saucers. He was lit. But he was doing a lot better than he did during the debate. I'll give him that. But he's still messed up,
Yeah,
earlier.
they haven't found a balance. He's either like sleepy, whispery, like he goes from that
he
weird,
did the whisper. He did the whisper thing. He did that.
Happen, he goes.
He's like, yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Corn pop.
Give me nightmares. Just thinking about it.
He's
what's different?
Nightmare in your dreams.
What's different from this possible scenario and the JFK sort of scenario? And I'll just tell you what I'm getting at. The JFK scenario, he was for what party? JFK.
I'm sorry, explain?
What political party was JFK for? Or in
he was a Democrat.
Right. Who possibly organization was possibly involved in the end of his situation? Starts with a C and ends with an A. The CIA.
Oh, CIA. Okay,
You remember now?
Yeah, of course.
Right. And who started the CIA?
That was what's his name? Roosevelt.
Roosevelt. Wasn't it Prescott Bush?
I thought it was the
that was
start.
FBI. I'm
Bush
sorry.
Start. Yeah.
Prescott.
Sorry. It was either Prescott Bush or.
Yeah, and it was Prescott. Does it go all the way back?
That's what I think it is. Or he was the one that started Skull and Bones, and Bush Senior started CIA.
No, I think that Bush Senior was in the CIA at the time.
Then I think Prescott Bush started it. And my point being, that is that sort of arm of power more so.
Oh, I'm getting my
and right now it's the Democrats that have issues with the other party, right?
I'm sorry, it wasn't Roosevelt. It was Truman. Truman started the CIA. So he's the one that gets
Truman was the president at the time.
1947. Harry S. Truman.
I'm sure the Bushes and it's CIA is the same as NASA, as far as I remember. It's the Skull and Bones was involved with the creation of both of them.
Yeah, he was president.
All the Republican boys were involved. That's kind of my point. This time, have to be the FBI and possibly Secret Service, because it's not the same arm of power. I don't think it's the same arm of power that has a major issue with the situation. They're not the ones losing power.
I think there's something with, maybe it is it's Prescott Bush. That's the one with the link with JFK. I can't remember. Yeah, and I remember all that. It's been a while since I've rehashed all that. But anyway, Prescott Bush and let's see. JFK. I just want to see some like yeah, there's a lot
Is
of
it
books
possible
about it.
this was a legitimate sort of attempt and they suck at that bad because they didn't have the CIA in their back pocket? I don't know. Or they were worried, not to have the FBI anywhere near it because that would be too risky. And so they went with this. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, the whole thing seems weird. It's just weird in a couple of angles. No matter what the situation was, it's still odd.
Well, and this comes down to, I mean, look, I'm pointing out all of the strange oddities that happened, and like I said, at this point, I'm not willing to. I just don't feel like Trump is in on this charade. I think that there's people around him that are not for him that were willing to kind of look the other way. Yeah, it's kind of like with Reagan back in the day. I mean, dude, guy walked right up as Secret Service was standing around Reagan and shot him. Okay, and then they jumped the guy. Right?
That never happened.
Who shot Reagan?
That never happened.
Who shot Reagan? That was more. Yeah, I don't know why.
Why weren't we ever taught about that? Like everyone talked about JFK and stuff. Like why didn't they ever teach us Reagan got? I never learned that.
It was John Hinckley. That's who it was. John Hinckley Jr. And the odd thing about that was something about Hinckley Jr. and there was a thing about George Bush. There was some sort of link with their families or something, and I can't remember what it was, but there was a lot of weird stuff. I think, in all fairness, I think Alex Jones brought that one up, that link, with the Bushes and Hinckley. And anyway, Hinckley was a strange guy who, I mean, I think he claimed insanity and all this other stuff, and obviously shot Reagan, but I don't really think he spent a whole lot of time in jail. I think he was mostly in like medical jail, if anything else, being whatever looked after. So
you know what I think of when I hear about Jones now?
Who?
What I think of when I hear Jones now about Jones, Alex Jones.
What?
His parents were CIA.
Yeah.
Tucker's parents are CIA. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
It's like,
it's all a show, man.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And then I still try to give them the benefit of the doubt, and like maybe they're like brainwashed, people. They don't even know what they are.
So Alex, in all fairness, his
and sometimes things flip flop in good and evil. You'd be surprised there too.
Yeah, I don't think his parents are CIA much. His dad supposedly was a dentist. That's what I remember. Now he did have family in CIA. By his account, he did have family in the CIA. So there is that. Yeah, there is, and that's the thing.
There was the stories to him talking and listening to these conversations all the time when he was young.
Well, and so I've always told people like this, like the way the CIA works and the way these organizations work is a lot of times you don't just walk right in. It's kind of like they do it the mafia way, which is, you're better off inviting a family member in. And so if Jones's family,
or someone born in the same occult you're in,
well, there's that in the fact that you're more likely not going to screw over your family. It's one thing if you're a lone person, you're not married, you don't have anybody, screw them. Fuck it, I'll go down. And you're likely not to talk or do anything.
It's not likely you'll do shit because you pretty much see from your perspective that Saint has the death grip.
But I'm just saying,
there's absolutely nowhere to run and nowhere to hide in all of reality.
You're sort of in the family.
Understand, right?
Yeah. But I'm also saying they would rather choose a family member than choose somebody on the outside. That's why they recruit from within a lot of times. you know. And I'm not saying it not because of the occult. Surely, truly, yes, but also because it's you're better off. You know, you got a family member, so you know if you do go down, you do go bad on them, and you do decide, hey, you know what, I'm gonna, I'm gonna spill the beans on this. You're not only hurting yourself, you're hurting your wife, your kids, your family, your mom, your dad. You know what I'm saying? There's so many more layers to it. So that's why they would rather, so I know I'm not saying other people don't get in, but I bet that's why, when George Bush, he talked about the skull and bone stuff. I mean, why do you think he got initiated for that?
Yeah, Bush is a
Obviously
little bitch. He's probably on the forgivable level, honestly, for all we know.
yeah. Oh, for sure,
He was
man.
born into it. He's definitely a little bitch, so he could be on that forgivable. I shouldn't say that, obviously, from Jesus' perspective, everybody's forgivable. But
Right.
I could stomach forgiving him possibly, because I think he just ran and hit on 9/11. He's like, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Uh-huh.
I'm so screwed.
Well, you
He's
remember
sweating bullets, man.
he was sweating bullets because I mean, there was that point where he was like, are they really going to buy the bullshit? And we did.
Or is my death a part of this plan? Because he surely doesn't know, and you never know with evil, right? What the true
Fair.
plan is until you see the end of it, if you live to see the end of it. That's the
Fair
truth.
enough. Yeah. So anyway, let's see. Am I still showing? Okay. So yeah. So anyway, I'm on X. Apparently here's one where here's a couple clips here too. Let me see. They're pretty short, but let's take a look.
They're down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey man, there's a guy on the roof.
Wait. How about this one?
Lá em cima, né? Lá em cima, né? Aqui, ó.
Supposedly that's the guy dead up on the roof.
I think they hit him because the guy he looks dead. Lá em cima, né? Aqui, ó.
So anyway, I don't know. Take that how you want to take it. I mean, I don't know. Got a guy there. Sorry it's so small too. These are all.
Why
I
are
wanted to.
people are saying there was a photo of him shot in the chest? That's
Who? The gunman?
no. Maybe there was just blood on his chest.
Oh, let's see something. That's where it looks like the bullet.
Oh, here it is. There it is.
That's another thing in the video I can't see. Now, the video's not awesome, but I can't see those lines on his face. I can only see the red at his ear. And I was looking, and it almost seems like some things might not add up, but, there might be nothing at all.
Click this, Dan. There is a bullet hole in his jacket.
Whose?
In Trump's jacket.
What?
They said he started wearing a bulletproof vest to rallies.
Holy sh! Dude, that's crazy.
But he should have a Pope mobile at this point.
Okay, is that a Photoshop?
I don't know. I
don't know. I don't know. I need to watch the video and see if I can see that spot. But that looks like something somebody could have photoshopped in there.
We'll go back an image.
There isn't a back
the same
image.
image.
Yeah, it's the same image. And there's this one where I had.
Yeah, can you zoom it? Open it in a new tab and zoom it. I don't. No, I mean zoom the other one to see if you can spot a Roman jacket. Those are claims that this same image is on his Illuminati playing card.
Oh, is it?
Or a similar image, yeah.
Okay. Well, this is not the same image.
No.
Because it's
and you can't see that part. Yeah.
Let me go back to. Maybe we can see the end of it, or we can look at it ourselves.
If you want the actual real video.
What's going on here? Weird. It says right here the exact moment when the counter sniper misses on his first shot, and Trump's hand already at his or a year of reflexivity. Now, wow, with a BBC interview and the bystander who raised alarm and gave a few moments heads up to the security, incredibly fortunate. Okay. So are these the other snipers?
Yeah,
Okay,
those
well,
are the ones that took him out. But if they were up there, shouldn't they have seen him up there?
you would assume they would have, because there he is up there. Those are the counter snipers. Okay. I guess unless so if the guy was crawling on the other building like this, and they couldn't see him on the backside, that's where he would have pointed the gun and they would have shot. Okay. Which,
So
Dude,
confused.
okay.
I am wrong about the blood. It was there in the video, and I think you can see the hole in his jacket too.
Really?
Yeah, I'll give you the link to the video. I mean,
Dude, if he was hit in the freaking chest.
That's when I quarter speed pausing it, and there is like a blip in the same spot.
Okay.
This is the private chat of the StreamYard.
Okay.
And it's right around 8:20.
Okay. All right, let's take a look here. Oh, private chat StreamYard. Okay, okay. All right. Let's go here. All right. At what'd you say, 8:20?
Somewhere around there. Yeah, I'm gonna try to find the exact second again. I was going quarter speed and pausing it, but there's a point where the woman gets a little lower.
Watch out.
Around 8:22, maybe. Yeah.
It's gonna be hard to see.
Maybe a mistaken part of a shadow for what looks like a little darker spot.
I don't know. It must be at another angle, because you can't see nothing with that woman in the way. Weird.
I'm at 8:24. Let's see.
8:22, when she's down for a moment, I can see a dark blip on his jacket. But it's like, there might be like 0.2 of a second that it's a little more, a quarter of a second is visible. Where are you at? I'm looking at a different thing here. Go forward a little. Oh yeah, you get it on put on quarter speed and pause and off and on.
All right.
Right around 20, you still get like 6 seconds before it gets to a spot where it shows it maybe.
Oh, really?
Yep. 22.
Okay.
You're on 8:17. Right here. Just pause it on pause a couple times. Yeah. Wait for her to go down. She's going to get lower here. And it's actually somewhere here in the next handful of frames. I think when his arm comes back up a bit. Right here. Is it? Do off and on one more time. See, there's a shadow, and then in the middle, right, the blue, it looks like there's a little bit of a dark spot there.
It's really hard to tell.
It's a hard call, but
yeah, I don't know.
There's a bunch of people down below here with cameras. One of them.
So
apparently.
Yeah. So I mean, is that a picture? I think the one that Fizzy or you sent me is somebody else's camera, not the news camera.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were so many. Everyone had their cell phones out.
It is weird too. Somebody brought up too that the crowd didn't really react the way I thought the crowd might react. Some people might, I don't know.
There was a woman in the background just like hysterically screaming and crying, and that's how I expected most people would be freaking out.
I thought there'd be more people leaving the stands and getting cover.
People run for it.
Well,
You kind
Yeah.
of think at least really hard for the floor, for the ground, and not a lot. No.
I mean, most
But I
people
don't
just
think a
kind
lot
of
of people
hunker.
knew. I think a lot of people don't really know for sure what's going on.
Dude,
It
I
takes a
don't
lot.
think I don't think so. I think they heard those gunshots, and people know, especially Trump supporters know what gunshots sound like. So
Yeah.
I can't go with that. I honestly think that it was just kind of strange. Like collectively, they all sort of like just kind of it was sort of wait and see thing. I mean, the gunshots obviously stopped right away, and they didn't feel threatened, so they stayed. But it's kind of shocked that more people didn't bail right away once they started hearing the shots. But it
I
kind of
could
looked
make the
like,
argument they're more concerned about Trump than their own life.
yeah, it seemed
And
like
that
that.
probably might hold a little more true with Trump supporters than many supporters of other people.
True.
They're like so concerned. Oh shit! But yet at the same time, I would argue most people seeing that he was fine. He likely
Yeah.
wasn't dead, right? No one thought. Not too many people were thinking he was dead, but you don't know for sure. So they're like in shock a little. Imagine. I kind of wish I had seen this live. Pretty epic.
It was epic. Let's see. We told police about gunmen, but they let Trump speak. Okay, so is this the same guy with the BBC that I just showed? You think? Yeah,
I think so, yeah.
the witness told the BBC. Yeah. So I had seen that earlier, so I'm glad you brought this in. But yeah, he's basically going a transcript of what that guy said on the BBC. Okay, cool. Yeah. So I mean, here I'm gonna put the poll up. Let me
It makes sense that he got shot in the body too, though, because if Buddy missed a headshot and then he just started going off and taking general center shots,
Oh yeah, for
that was the
sure.
body shot after, probably.
I mean, if that's true, if that's it, yeah. Let me see here.
It seems retarded that one could think they could climb up on that roof and get away with it too, though. Like, so was dude brainwashed? Like, seriously.
I mean,
It's a wide open.
He might have just. I mean,
like, seriously,
he was probably just like, you know what, I'm gonna do this, and he was hell bent on doing it. I guess. I mean, there's that. I mean,
I
that
would
or
assume I wouldn't make it halfway to the roof. And if I made it to stand on the roof, I wouldn't be standing or anything. I'd get a hand or two on that roof before I'd be laying back on the ground. Like,
yeah,
especially carrying a rifle.
I just, I'm just thinking that I just think a lot of people sort of, for whatever reason, either just dropped the ball on this and didn't think somebody would, shoot, try it. But the thing is, man, I mean, again, with the political atmosphere that we're dealing with right now,
The temperature's high. They should be on red right now. Be like,
Holy
okay, this guy
shit.
might not be the president, but given the circumstances, we're in red. We're in level red right now.
Yeah,
obviously.
yeah.
Anyone in the world can say that.
Yeah.
They missed.
I mean, you can't put one guy toward the back just to kind of watch things a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
You're supposed to have every wall of every building covered in sight, every roof of every building covered in sight of probably at least two guys.
Now, here's the
and
thing,
for every
too.
circumstance. Like I don't get it. It's not possible.
How much Secret Service detail does, and I mean, nobody probably knows the question to this or the answer to this question, but how much Secret Service detail does a former president get?
Yeah, and was Trump getting, and how much do they care?
Because that's the thing too. Biden's not getting anything extra. So, but then again, Trump's got enough money to have his own people there. The police are there, to also assist the local police and maybe some more tactical units and stuff. So you would think there's a pretty good level of security at these events. But yeah, I don't know. Now that I kind of see the snipers positioned above Trump, now I kind of understand where they're located. I understand from their vantage point what they had. Again, if there's a guy crawling on the back side of the building, you wouldn't see him until after he popped up, and took position to shoot.
They were obviously aware of that blind spot, right?
one would think that they
Just
would
go up
have
there
that.
and look around, but
One
no,
would
yeah,
think that,
we're
that
blind
you
to
would
that,
have
blind to
that spot.
It's simple.
Yeah, for sure. I just, again, I'm not saying, so I really do believe, like, I mean, it's crazy as it sounds, and I know a lot of people these days, for, maybe it's, I don't know. I know a lot of my positions, I question a lot of things that we see, but in this
Okay.
one, I do feel like Trump was hit by a bullet, and I do feel like, this is mainly just a case of, you know, them sort of getting caught off guard, or maybe letting this, certain powers that be letting this thing sort of take place.
So I sent you the Illuminati card game predicting the assassination. There's a couple cards that refer to him: charismatic leader. Shoot, what was the other one? I'm sorry, I'm getting tired.
Huh.
It says they can take him out at any time. Media sensation is the other one that looks like him as well. But he's
All right,
literally
so it
making the
says,
same face as the card.
yeah, he does look like Trump. Illuminati card game predicts Donald Trump will be assassinated. Now, it doesn't say Donald Trump.
No, but
All right,
look at it.
yeah,
Look
it's
at
just
the
like,
face.
remember the shills of Alex Jones and Ron Paul that were on the card too? The Smoffs, or what are they called them? I don't know. You have to look at that card like during the time period where there was Alex Jones was just starting to make a name for himself, and then you had Ron Paul come up, and he was the one that sort of took votes away from the Republican candidate so that Obama could be elected. So yeah, it was just like, again, he just showed up. He basically
Well,
just did what Nader did, and who's the other guy? The Democratic, the one that's like a communist. Who am I thinking of? Fizzy, the older guy,
Bernie?
Bernie Sanders. Yeah.
Okay, this was posted in 2016.
Mm-hmm.
The card reads, at any time, at any place, our snipers can drop you. Have a nice day.
Huh.
So this was posted before that election. So, pretty odd. Pretty odd game. The Plague of Demons doesn't look like a very fun card either.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember. I wonder if there's any cards on the Illuminati card game that kind of haven't been played out yet. Obviously, I think there's some nuclear war on there too, or something like that. So that's good.
No, Exorcism, that one hasn't happened yet.
Oh, really?
They're still roaming about.
I see.
This one's called The Magic Goes Away. Magic devices stop working. Nobody knows why. No magic resources have any effect. That's odd. Since all the Illuminati use magic to some extent, their powers are also reduced. All Illuminati lose the automatic takeover phase of their turn. The magic goes away. Weird. We all know they use it.
I wonder if that's what Elon's trying to do with the SpaceX stuff.
Take magic away by shooting dildos.
Yeah, you know what? Well, because there was an interview with Elon Musk the other day, and he said something really weird. He said something about and I'm not gonna say it verbatim, but he was talking about how certain people are being manipulated on more like emotional levels, and it was coming from somewhere else. Like he understood, like there's like something attacking people and allowing them to um basically be manipulated. So strange. And I gotta find that interview. But yeah, that was Elon says the damnedest thing sometimes. He really does. All right. Let's see.
You know what he said when he was interviewed about his creativity or his all the inventions he's done or all the work he put into in his life and the reason why? Did you hear that? The reason why he said it's like he has these demons in his head that he exercises them by creating or something. I don't know, exercise them. He said to try to whatever to deal with it. He said it almost as if it was an analogy, but is it an analogy?
Maybe he's appeasing them more likely.
Well, to deal with it, it's like he has all the shit in his head and you got to get it out. So he invents and does all the hard work he does because of what's in his head. But he literally compares it to demons. Like it's weird. Yeah, he said that too.
Yeah, he mentioned stuff
all
on
his life.
those levels sometimes. That's kind of what he was referring to, either being like aliens or demons, whatever you want to say. But he, in a weird way, he was basically saying that that's what's causing so much division in our world right now, is that people are like being like there's almost like a transmission happening that is affecting millions and millions of people, and they don't even realize it. It was really strange, just the way he worded it. It was like, you're like, huh?
That
What the hell does this dude know? You know,
more technological or not?
Yeah, I think it's I don't know what it could be. Some spiritual, right? Yeah. So
could be spiritual tech for all we know, right?
Oh, good Lord. What is all this stuff? I didn't subscribe to any of this, by the way. I'm just scrolling down, people. Don't look at me.
It's
So if
still
you see some
building your
weird,
algorithm.
yeah, I'm just scrolling down because I saw something.
You should pretend you're like woke as F if you start an account, and then just start watching everything they feed you.
Okay.
That's a theater kid if I've ever seen one. Don't hover over it or you get similar content.
Do I? Oh no. Okay. Trying to find this one with a shark. I want to show you this big ass shark.
Oh, a rooster. Oh, how cute.
Kid and his chicken. That's cute. All right,
My
that's
niece had one of those little tractors when she was a little kid.
That's cool.
They're all coming with it.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
adorable.
What the heck? Oh, that's awesome.
Goose, a lamb. That's quite a selection.
I know, isn't that great? Growing up, where that kid lives is awesome too. Damn, that's pretty. Where the hell's that boy live? Looks like the palm trees and stuff.
Looks like maybe Ireland.
Looks like he's in Costa Rica.
Nah.
Ireland. They don't have palm trees, do they?
They have
Ireland.
goats, right?
Okay, I'm looking at the trees, the foliage.
Oh, I can't see. I don't have my
Okay.
contacts
All right,
in.
never mind. You're just
And
looking at.
It could be anywhere.
You're looking at the
Hawaii,
animals.
Yeah, I was watching the baby goat. You know.
Oh my god. Okay. All right. I got one
they have
for
palm
you.
trees on islands. You didn't say they don't have palm trees on islands, did you?
I know they did palm trees, and that's why I mentioned Costa Rica or something. But Costa Rica's not an island. Hey, you know what I mean.
I love that shit.
Let's see here.
I tell you that story. I haven't mentioned that in a long time. Maybe some people haven't heard it. It's one of the Mandela effect things that happened to me before I ever found out about the Mandela effect. And little I didn't know it was a change. But during a Christmas break at the girlfriend's family get together, her brother had came back from Costa Rica, and I'm talking to him about having a cigarette in the garage. And I was asking what it was like, to be out there on the tropical island and stuff. And he's like, "No, it's not a tropical island. It's part of the mainland." And I looked at him, wondering how the hell this guy went all the way to Costa Rica and didn't know he was on an island, right?
Right.
And it just stunned me. And I'm like, because he's not that dumb. Like, he's a really bright dude. And I'm like, oh, wasn't there to get in an argument with him, so I just let it go. And that was my
Right.
thought. How the hell is he wrong?
Right. Yeah, because
Because I know
you
I should
know,
have fucking wrong.
that's where they filmed Jurassic Park, and
Yeah,
Jurassic Park was taking place on an
I
island,
didn't
but
need to bring a map up to
They
prove it
filmed
to
a
me
bunch of
or to
movies
him.
down
I
there.
had no
It was
reason
definitely
to.
not.
it was
I
an
was wrong.
island.
I was wrong.
Yeah, that's so weird. I saw the best one was the guy who he goes around the world and he visits all these places and he does blogs. Back when blogs were the thing, But he wrote a whole blog about the island nation of Costa Rica. He's a guy like that's what he does, He goes around and he vlogs all his trips and so if anybody's gonna know, it's gonna be a dude who's been there, right? And who, kind of makes a point of explaining the surroundings and whatnot. And sure enough, dudes like, saying, yeah, it was the island. So I want to bring this up.
You remember seeing the Costa Rica video I did on my channel a long time ago, where I had all the newspaper examples.
Oh yeah.
Mainly
Yeah.
newspaper. I had some video stuff as well. I put possibly tens of hours in tens of hours into that, because it wasn't easy finding that in the newspapers the way they were given the results. I had to go through so much, forever. I spent days going through the newspapers to get all those pieces of evidence together.
It's not easy sometimes finding that stuff.
No, that was the video I probably spent the second longest amount of time I spent putting a video together was probably that one, Costa Rica one. Anyhow, thought I'd point that out.
Here's one. I got this thank you. I got one for Fizzy. What is a
covered
vaqueta?
this already.
You did call it a vaqueta?
Mm-hmm. Very
sure?
cute. Very cute.
It's a porpy. Are you sure you covered? I don't even remember this porpoise.
We did so many cuties,
Are you sure? Look at the eyes on this damn thing. This porpy is crazy.
I love him. Man, look at him.
He is cute. He's smiling.
We need to get them repopulated somehow.
Build them
a special.
Yeah.
Yeah, a special place where they can repopulate themselves.
How do they know? There's only 20 of these things left. They go out there and count porpoises. There's somebody that's, I don't know. I just feel it's weird. They only know. But anyway, it's a small little porpoise, but it's got the cutest eyes.
And it always looks happy.
Yeah. Here, look. It's almost, yeah. Here it is right here. I know. Right there. There's the baby.
Oh. What a cutie. Look at that smile. Look at him. Hi, Dan.
He's like, I'm just a little porpoise. I noticed how they always put a net around him, like we're a bunch of pieces of shit that are killing all the vaqueta.
Look at the bottom, the second to the bottom. Second, up, on the very far. I'm left. Blue guy, yes. He's got black legs and he's like a Siamese cat, only
he's like a sea panda.
He's like a cartoon.
Cute. Mm. He would make such a good plushie. They could raise so much money for these guys if everyone knew how cute they were.
Apparently, there's only 20 left. I don't know if it's a mandanimo.
Mexico launches a plan to make a vaquita porpoise reserve. Yeah, so Mexico's planning to revive them. Good job, guys.
There they are. Anyway, I just wanted to bring that to your attention there.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was weird that there were so few. Usually when a mandanimal shows up, it's on the endangered list.
It always is, yeah. Anyway, is it a mandanimo? Well, maybe. Its markings
I think so, yeah.
Definitely unique. And those
that one looks smug.
Look at it's so weird, man. These markings are crazy. So I don't remember seeing this on a porpy. So I think it's probably a mandanimo.
So sweet. They're really small too, right?
Yeah, they're pretty small. I don't think they're this small. but they might be. I don't know. You can keep that in an aquarium, busy.
No, they're building a reserve for them.
Oh, okay.
Maybe there's only 20 in the reserve.
No,
So they think there's only like 20 left.
I think they said there was only 20 left.
Well,
but again,
Braden.
I don't.
Get Braden.
That's what I'm saying. It says until recently, many people thought vaqueros were mythical creatures. Interesting, as few people had ever seen one.
What?
Yeah, they thought they're mythical. Fishing nets have brought these little porpoises to the brink of extinction. There are only around 10 left. 10.
How can you estimate a number 10?
I don't know, dude. That's what I'm
That's
saying.
so dumb.
In the entire ocean,
What?
There's only 10.
Oh, there's about 10.
You netting,
What
you
kind of-
fishing, netting bastards.
If no one
It doesn't even
sees
make
them,
sense.
they could live far away and be like 10,000 of them in the middle of the ocean, you know?
Dude,
We don't
there's
know.
no way to tell how many of these are really are. There could be
You
10,000.
certainly cannot estimate as 10. 10 means
10.
0, right?
10, 1 0. Yes.
No, it means 0. If you're estimating an ocean, 10 equals 0.
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't even make... You can't estimate 10. You can't estimate 20. In fact, you probably can't estimate 50 unless they're like freaking huge whales.
I was reading all this and I came down and I swear to God, it said class. I could have sworn it said mandanimal, but it says manimal.
That's what they meant.
No, mammal. Sorry.
Manimal.
Manimal.
Strange.
Anyway, yeah.
You should keep an eye on them. Maybe there's something weird going on.
I think
I'm getting a bit tired. If you want to show those 2 videos of the flood that we got this week.
No.
No?
Just kidding. I'm kidding. Well, let me find that.
I heard Texas got hit pretty hard too by is it Beryl?
Burl.
Burl is not.
Burl.
Burl.
That's how we say it in Texas. Burl.
I thought it was Beryl, like Queen
It
Beryl from Sailor Moon.
Yeah, it's Beryl.
Okay.
No. Okay.
Burl is not a person.
Burl. Did you send me
I sent him directly to you.
Oh, let's see. Okay. It's not in the Scarab Crew?
Yeah, it's directly to you.
Directly.
And
here it is.
I'll send you a couple pictures of the end of my road where there used to be bridges.
Wow. So this is your area.
Yes.
Gosh.
There goes their backyard.
Wow.
Holy crap.
Well, look at the bright side.
Watch out, guys. Watch out. Watch. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. Are you
You're going to have really pretty waterfalls.
Watch out.
Oh my
guys.
God, I can't
Watch
stop this thing.
Watch. Oh
The hell
my
did
gosh.
you send me, Busy?
Oh my gosh.
Just X out.
Oh,
Holy
top
all
left.
right, got it. All right, so there it is. Yeah, gonna have cool waterfalls. Think about that. With all the water, and then now
the whole
that all
town
that
was
land
a waterfall.
Yeah.
There's
wow.
Their house. Yeah.
That's close. That's cutting it close right there. I mean, you could lose the dog if it goes too far. Damn. Okay.
All right, and then I sent you a second one. You're going to want to mute the audio because the audio is annoying and terrible.
All right.
It's it's kind of a montage of all the flooding.
Is it that bad?
It's really gay, that's all.
This video has no sound. Okay.
Here's one where everyone's cars are underwater. I don't know why they're driving through this. It's a bad idea.
Girl, you live out in the sticks.
Yeah, there's Walmart. Everybody was trying to get to Walmart, and their cars are like stuck in the.
Yeah. And it was probably for Oreos or something. It wasn't probably for anything major.
Emergency supply. I feel like.
Look at this guy.
Funny how living out in the sticks and having a Walmart isn't exactly a contradiction.
No.
Right.
The one coming up is my aunt's house getting pummeled. I don't know if it's in that video or not. It should be. Hold on a second.
I got pictures. Okay, let's see. All right, let's see.
I really didn't think Trump was going to get shot and die anytime real soon.
Mm.
You know why? Because there's not enough of a build-up yet. Like I've been saying, you need a better impact. It needs to be big.
That's the end of my road. The bridge
Really?
just.
There's no more bridge.
So is somebody trapped now?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, how do you do anything?
You just kind of gotta wander through back roads, like. Here's the video. This is my aunt's house. This is terrible, terrible. And then I'll leave you alone. But yeah, it was. Sorry, I pasted the wrong text. It was a rough week. We lost every single bridge in our town.
Was it just rough because you couldn't go shopping?
I couldn't go anywhere, Dan. So, yeah, that's where Aunt Jeannie lives. And check this out.
Aunt Jeannie. Okay. Can we hear Aunt Jeannie?
No.
Wow.
That is a lot of water.
Is that from Barrel?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah. Well, I didn't. It made landfall like what? By Houston? Close to Houston. I didn't even.
Yeah, Houston got pretty screwed, didn't they?
I think it missed. I don't think it was like. I can't remember. It was. I don't know. Was it more east or west of Houston? I couldn't remember. Let's see. Hold on a second.
I just looked at the accumulation per hour, like the red on the maps, and Houston was getting like many inches per hour for a while. Apparently.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I think Barrel came in, if I'm not mistaken. I thought it was more toward the south of Houston a bit. Let's say east of Houston, whatever. You can go, yeah, or west, sorry. You could, I think it was made Corpus Christi, I thought, but then it kind of veered over because I remember they were talking about Dallas was going to get it, but it seemed to go way over, more toward like Louisiana side, and I guess it hit like East Texas, and we didn't really get much. It was weird. I mean, well, what did happen is we had like, oh God, it was great. We had like 70-degree temperatures in the middle of freaking July, or in the middle of summer, so that was nice. Yeah.
When it comes to storms, hurricanes, like the high precipitation is usually like either on one side or the other. It depends how the winds are combining. So there's like a line of precipitation around the storm itself. Usually there is some as well, but some areas on the map will get hit really, really hard, and it doesn't necessarily have to do with where the eye of the storm was. It has to do with how the two fronts are meeting up, right? It's usually one side or the other of the spin coming together.
Dan, we've got an update. They've identified the shooter. He's sending me this article. I haven't read it yet. I'm just sending it to you.
Left-wing extremist.
You see what's on the screen?
Yeah. Hold
What's that?
I'll wait until.
Hold on a second. All right, here is the shooter. All right, breaking news. Live update. Shooter in Trump's assassination attempt is a PA man in his 20s. Okay, so it's a Pennsylvania man in his 20s. What happened? Okay. Shooter's dead. Okay.
So it says he was wearing a t-shirt for the YouTube channel Demolition Ranch. So it's a channel that frequently posts videos about various types of firearms. It's part of a large network of YouTube channels devoted to
That's the Russian guy was Demolition Ranch, wasn't it?
So they're saying they're blaming it on gun control.
Sure, whatever.
He was a gun enthusiast. It wasn't anything to do with come on, man.
Demolition Ranch. I remember that. There was some dude. What was that guy's name? Maybe my people remember it. Remember that guy online that was like he would talk like he was from Russia, and it was like just some idiot kid, but he'd like
no,
have
I never watched gun videos.
It was pretty good. It was like he would show all these like fully automatic weapons. He would blow up shit. It was, pretty interesting because he'd have guns that nobody really can get their hands on. It was strange how he could, but then again, if you have the right license, you can get your hands on anything. Anyway, but I can't remember that dude's freaking name. I think that's the guy. I think that's the website. Now I don't think he does it anymore. Maybe some other people are doing it, but originally it was this other kid, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, so just because he's wearing a shirt that has Demolition Ranch on it,
yeah, they're saying this
doesn't
is why
mean
we
anything.
need gun control. This is why we need.
He could have been wearing a Pride shirt or something. Does that mean he's? You know what I'm saying? It's so funny. It's like, well, what was he wearing? Well, his T-shirt said this. Holy shit! Like then all of a sudden you build a case over your fashion choice. I just don't get it. I really don't.
Well, he was a fan of a channel that talks about guns, so he must be some crazy gun nut. Has nothing to do with being a Democrat. He's just a crazy gun nut kid. Probably video games and stuff too.
Okay. Well, I mean, now they're reaching out to the YouTube channel to respond. Like,
what are they going to say?
Odd to host your channel that does guns when you're going to do something like that. Like, why would you screw them? You're not promoting it. You're just making them look bad. Like, you would know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe I could be wrong. Maybe in your twisted head, you think differently. But...
Well, they're not going to send him out in an Antifa T-shirt.
Well, you're thinking of it from the angle of that, but yeah, it's pretty stupid. We'll find out more, hopefully, in the coming days.
Will. It says right here, FBI agent is surprised shooter could have fired from high ground. An FBI official says surprising someone could find a location to fire shots at Trump. FBI Special Agent Kevin Rojek, who runs the Pittsburgh office, pleaded for patience, saying answered questions are really days, weeks, and months of investigation away from being answered. Pressed about how a shooter could have reached a rooftop spot, Rojek said it's surprising, but again, to get all the details of what will come out later in the investigation. Yeah, but it's weird that there were people.
It's odd that they aren't
pointing this out. Yeah, they're not giving the name. It's weird. Yeah, we'll find out more. Okay, well, good deal. Fizzy, were you gonna have to leave us?
I got 10 minutes. I just found out that Cup Noodles just created a s'mores flavored ramen noodle.
That's disgusting. I don't know what makes that doesn't sound appetizing.
Send it with your hat. Oh no, it's got terrible reviews. Why?
S'mores flavored noodles. It's weird. Okay.
Campfire s'more, ramen noodles and sauce. Dessert ramen. That's an idea.
All right, what do you want to show me, Noble? What you got there?
What do you think of it?
What is that's a movie? Which one is it though? I don't know the movie. Well, I probably do.
You can look in the address bar.
Can't see it, bro. Too
Sliders.
small on me.
Sliders season 1 episode.
What happens here?
They're in some reality, but that's like Hillary Clinton in the future.
Oh shit!
Actually, no, I'm sorry, not in the future. That's Hillary Clinton in that era or in that age. Because it was when Clinton was. So instead of Clinton being president, Hillary was president because women ruled the world. It was a reality they went to. That was a different Earth. But nonetheless, I thought it was funny. There's Hillary as president, right?
I loved Sliders. That was a good show.
I just started watching it again. I'm on episode 7 approximately.
I like them too, especially when they have cheese on them.
You like that hot redhead, don't you?
No, I like sliders because they're moist and they're delicious.
Not the food,
especially
the show.
with
I like Sliders, the food as well as the show.
Do you? Okay. The redhead. I can't. You know what? I'm holding out judgment until I could see her better. Sorry, the screen's too small.
Just Google hot redhead Sliders.
Oh, really?
Do you know the redhead elf girl on Lord of the Rings?
Yes.
Ooh.
And she got like straight hair that comes down by her ear.
Is that her?
Down her cheek. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the girl where I buy weed. She looks like that. She's kind of hot.
Really?
Yeah, sorry. Just the way they're straight hair and kind of reddish, but not bad red.
Be careful with those redheads, dude.
No, I'm old.
Steal your soul.
Oh, she's the one that says she has a Berenstein. That's why I was talking to her. She says,
steal your soul, man.
Did I ever tell you? All right. She's claiming that at her grandparents' house, they have a Berenstein Bears book that's still spelled the old way on the loose cover that goes on, but it goes on upside down and backwards or something. But it has she says it has the original spelling. I told her to get a picture of it or something or bring it.
I've seen those. Yeah. You talking about on a VHS?
No, a book.
Mm.
A book that has a cover. I assume it's a hardcover book that has a piece of something like other cover on top.
Dude.
And she says that it has the old spelling now. Maybe she's mistaken, or I don't know. But she said it's odd because it's like a thing that's like it's put on. It's like either upside down or inside out or something.
Noble. I'm sending you on a mission, okay?
Yeah.
And listen, I'm sorry.
I told her
you might have to sleep with her
if it was real. I mean, sleep.
I know what you need to give her.
Shoot your shot.
Okay.
I do not.
And listen,
nice
man,
girl.
if you're not doing it for me,
She's a nice
do it for
girl.
the Mandela effect.
Get to know her. Take her on for dinner.
Yeah. But get the book.
Well,
and then you can dump her.
No, don't dump her.
I don't think I need to get in the position to dump her to get the book.
Oh, well.
I just got to give her a couple bills.
Maybe you just need to give her a couple D's.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just kidding. It's late.
I set myself
I'm
up.
being terrible. I'm sorry. Sorry.
So I'm getting.
I'll slap myself later.
I'm getting really confused.
What?
Because as the show went on, the cast changed a little bit. I must not have seen the later seasons because there's weird people I don't remember.
Oh.
The first girl was really cute, though. Maggie. Was it Maggie? Yes.
Huh. Okay, so why'd you bring up Sliders, Noble? Oh, never mind.
I was just showing you the Hillary,
cool.
The Hillary take.
Dude, you remember the Mandela kind of thing that we saw when we saw Gabe Lincoln? Remember when we saw a dude with his shirt off and stuff, and we were like, "Is that shit real?" And apparently, remember the naked Abe, the young strapping Abe with his glistening pecs. Remember that?
No,
okay.
I don't know what you're referring to,
bro.
Sexy
Oh,
Abe
Abraham
Lincoln.
Lincoln. Who's Abe?
Abe Lincoln, bro.
On what?
As a statue, a naked, where bare-chested Abe Lincoln.
I don't remember talking about a statue of Abraham
Oh,
Lincoln
dude,
with
hold
no
on.
shirt on.
Hold on, let me find it. It was in Dallas, of all things.
Probably right next to that big freaking. Come on.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
that's
he's
not
like,
Dallas. It's,
bro, there is
where's
a
Galveston?
shirtless
Is that off Galveston
Lincoln
area?
statue. Listen, hold up. Let me show you, bro. Okay, first, let me just go here. I know this is going to be a bit disturbing for those out there who've never seen Gabe Lincoln.
Oh,
But
Gabe.
Gabe Lincoln, yeah, it exists.
Really?
So
Yeah,
hot.
so what's going on with this sexy shirtless Lincoln statue? Recently, a photo of a young, shirtless, hot Abraham Lincoln began making rounds on Twitter. Originally posted by Zach Wentz, the statue is not new. Young Lincoln has been sitting out front. Oh, it's Los Angeles. Sorry, not Dallas. Front of a Los Angeles courthouse for quite some time. But nonetheless, his new online popularity caused me to really ponder something I had thought about since Daniel Day-Lewis gave his Oscar-winning performance. Was Abe Lincoln hot? Well, you know what? I don't know if Abe Lincoln was hot.
No.
But here's Abe,
His face.
and he's look at this dude, and he's doing this weird shit. And at that time, we were like, dude, is Abe gay? Is Abe gay? So then today,
Well, I don't think it was him that made the image of him.
He was
a
gay.
new documentary
AF.
claims
Wanted
Abe
him to
Lincoln
be
was
gay.
gay as fuck.
Look at his face.
Now they're rolling with the idea, yeah, that Gabe
Lincoln.
was partaking in a little bit more than just the presidency, if you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, so
he is considered a sacred figure by both Republicans and Democrats.
He led the nation through its greatest crisis.
He's on our currency. We build monuments to him.
He's the greatest president the United States has ever had.
Today, the big question that people are asking is, was Abraham Lincoln gay?
In the 19th century.
And what's all this shit going down, dude? Like, this deliverance shit right here. Like, I don't understand. Dude, the gayer we have become in this reality, history has now sort of followed suit. Bro,
I don't think that's a picture of a gay thing, to tell you the truth.
Bro, there's no way.
Whatever they're doing, I don't know. If they're
maybe
teaching each other to dance, or if there was no girls around, they're told to.
Yeah, right. And they have to do it with men because
have fun or something, or to be
yeah.
happy.
They don't look happy at all, though.
They don't really look enthused as if they enjoy holding each other. They're doing it very like.
Well, they probably smell awful. Number one, they probably like, this dude's like, damn, bro, you need to take a shower. And he's thinking the same about the other dude.
See, you gotta understand is like people never used to be at the least bit homophobic because they were dudes. Like it just wasn't a thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Maybe.
The more we hear about it and the concepts around, then people sort of, pull back against the concept.
Now, apparently, well, it seems like all the great leaders now are all coming out of the closet, bro. Everyone's just fag. Everyone was just butt fucking each other. They were all doing it.
Everyone's from a cult that grew up, and before they were ever of a proper age to be exposed to anything, had things done to them. Right?
Perhaps this is true, but now they're saying Gabe had a gay lover and like all this other stuff. And it's like, wasn't Abraham Lincoln married to somebody, supposedly a woman?
Right. They're
Didn't
not
he have a
gay.
wife?
It isn't about being gay. They're just perverse and abused and.
Okay. Well, this documentary states otherwise, sir. So let's see.
Closest relationships were other men, and same for women.
Men would live with another man when they're single, and often did, and shared beds.
Lincoln probably slept in the same bed with men more than he did with women.
One of the things that fascinates scholars is his bedding down with Joshua Speed for 4 years.
There is love between those two men.
When you put together all of the evidence, it's really startling.
Lincoln has a type: dashing, daring.
We have this notion that if you have an attraction like that, boom, that's your orientation.
Sexuality through the mid-19th century was far more fluid.
But for someone who wanted a political career, it was mandatory that you have a wife.
Dear Speed, I shall be very lonesome without you. Yours forever, Lincoln.
What you have in the 19th century was very strict marriage culture. Get married, and then everything is possible. Captain David Derrickson became friends with Lincoln while they were living here at the cottage.
There is a soldier here devoted to the president, and when Mrs. L is not home, sleeps with him. What stuff?
He was seen wearing the president's nightshirt.
If you want a smoking gun, here it is.
But then you see all these shifts to the end of the 19th century.
Freud was devastating to sexuality, defining very rigid categories.
And they're saying if a man loves another man, it's unnatural.
Homosexuality is a mental illness. It was not only wrong, it was punishable. If Lincoln were to look down today, he would see the United States at a particularly fragile moment.
History is so important because it allows us to understand who we were, who we might become.
Lincoln's legacy is the insistence on equality. We have been in the house of power. If you can accept a queer Lincoln, you can accept queer people overall.
He should inspire us to achieve
All right.
democracy.
I think that's my cue.
Yeah.
Try not to catch the gay from
Yeah, I know.
Lincoln.
I know. I'm just saying, this is the kind of stuff that they're putting out. Now, how much of that is really true? I mean, I don't know.
Was that a
It's
preview?
like historical fan fiction. Yeah, they're making a movie about
Yeah.
gay Lincoln.
Gabe.
Well, it's been fun, you guys. I lasted
Okay.
almost 2 hours.
You did good, Fizzy. You did great. Sorry I couldn't start earlier, but and I was trying. I really did. But we did start a little bit earlier than normal. So that's good. So
All right,
anyway.
good night, you guys. I'll see you
Have a
later.
good night, Fizz.
And Dan,
Good night, Fizz.
keep a better eye on your phone, please.
Okay. I will.
I don't want
want
to have to send an angry giraffe, you know.
I know. I don't need an angry giraffe. Thank you, Fizzy. I will. I'll
right,
stop being a boomer. Okay. Yeah, she called me a boomer because I don't check my phone enough.
Right.
Yeah.
I gotta grab a drink, man.
Okay, man. Cool. I'm gonna just we'll take a break too. I'm gonna just put this dude on real quick. I'm just gonna segue into this God, Aliens, and the Secret Behind All World Religions by Jason Giorgiani. I think that's how you say his name. But anyway, it's an interesting interview, whether you agree with him or not. He covers so many topics. It's almost 4 hours long, but a great listen. Great listen because he touches on things that I've actually researched and knew about a long time ago. So I thought it was interesting. Yeah,
I was muted, dude.
No, we're gonna.
I'm trying to clear my voice.
Oh,
I need
you're
a
good.
drink severely.
Okay, man. I'll see you.
Yeah,
in a minute.
there's a lot with this dude. Like I was saying, I was trying to figure out: is this guy a shill, or is he just sort of maybe incorrect about things, but was in the middle of a bunch
It's
of
interesting. Yeah, the MI6 connections, the different. The guy was
probably
like,
not great to jump into the middle, but it's super interesting nonetheless.
We can start at the beginning. We can go to the Blackwater Intelligence. We can start here. I was just thinking like maybe here, but let's just go to the beginning.
Well, he straight up says that he thinks demons and angels is a lie.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there's a lot that he says that doesn't have to be the case also. So
Sure.
who knows?
Again, it's a long, lengthy interview that it's a roller coaster ride of different aspects of things to do with his life and just his ideas on things. So anyway, we'll start it here. The Blackwater Intelligence link and MI6. Here we go.
Inside a bunch of different publications, and somehow the MI6 was involved in this.
Yeah, it's a long story, but I think actually it's an interesting one. So, and we have time, so
we do.
I'll unpack it for you. So I had written this doctoral dissertation, Prometheus and Atlas, in 2012 and received my doctorate for it in 2013. Then the book was expanded and published in 2016, right? So my first book, Prometheus and Atlas, which, by the way, it won the book award of the Parapsychological Association in 2016.
Oh, wow.
And this is relevant to the story I'm about to unfold for you, because right after that book came out, I, in a rather, I would say, meteoric fashion, became very well connected in the parapsychology community among, very serious researchers, like people at the Society for Scientific Exploration, of which I became a member, and people at the Parapsychological Association. a lot of the folks that you've interviewed are connected to those same people. And, we're talking like Russell Targ, who I got to meet there at one of the PA conferences. And Hal Puthoff, of course, is a prominent member of the Society for Scientific Exploration. So I became well connected in those circles, and Prometheus and Atlas was hailed in those circles as, one of the most important, or if not the most important, parapsychological treatise for a long time. Even though I was coming at, parapsychological data from the standpoint of a philosopher who was interested in the deeper conceptual implications of these things. So point being, I'm very connected to these people, and in a way that I think is also going to wind up being relevant, a lot of these same people wound up central to the UFO disclosure movement as it has now, begun to unfold. And this is the milieu in my life so my book is published in February, and then in about, I would say, May or June of 2016, this guy from London reaches out to me, and he says, I kid you not, he is the British head of the British branch of the Vril Society. Now, the Vril Society were supposedly these occultists who created the National Socialist German Workers' Party, the Nazi Party, okay? They were like these barons and aristocrats in Austria and Germany, actually mostly based originally in Austria. Remember, Hitler was from Austria, not from Germany. And Baron Sabotendorf and his associates created this occult circle that had these female mediums involved with it, Maria Orsich and others. And they claimed to be channeling messages from, entities, okay? And believe it or not, these people created the Nazi Party as a PAC, as a political action committee, in order to fight the rise of communism in Germany. Remember, Marx was a German. And even though the Soviet Union became the first bastion of communism, communism was born in Germany, and there was already a very strong communist contingent in the Weimar Republic. And these aristocrats, occultists, were not interested in seeing communism seize political power in Germany. So they created this political front, the Nazi Party, and hired somebody like Hitler, who was a good orator, to basically defend their interests, defend the interests of the aristocracy. And so the occultism of Nazism really is something that is brought in from the ground up, okay, as these people are setting up this society. So anyway, that's to give you a background. What's the Vril Society? And this guy reaches out to me. He goes,
so the Vril Society is basically like a modern spin-off of what was happening.
No. I mean, that's what they called it back then.
That's what they called it back then. So it's still active, it's still alive today.
Some people say it was called the Thule Gesellschaft, the Thule Society. Thule is the Germanic concept for Atlantis, the Germanic equivalent of Atlantis. So some people say it was called Thule Gesellschaft or Atlantis Society, and that it was organized around the idea of Vril. And some people say that the Thule Society spun off into the Vril Society. In any case, it was this thing back then. And this guy contacts me and he says, I'm the head of the British branch of the Vril Society. Now, to put that in context for you, there were a lot of people at a high level in the British Parliament, in the House of Lords and so forth, even in the early 1940s, who wanted to make not just a détente with Hitler, but an alliance with the Nazis. And actually, Hitler made like 3 peace offers to these people to try to solicit the British Empire to come into some kind of strategic alliance with him. So point being, that there would be a British branch of the Vril Society is not completely bizarre. It's conceivable, but it strained credulity for me somewhat that in 2016, some guy is calling me or writing me and saying this. Anyway, I dismissed the guy. He sounded like a nutcase, and I had come out with this book, which, although it's a very serious philosophical text, Prometheus and Atlas, goes into all kinds of paranormal phenomena, and in the last chapter also engages with UFO phenomenon. And I had been getting kind of crank emails from a lot of people. So I dismissed the guy. Then I got involved at the same time with a very high-level Iranian opposition group. So I'm Persian by paternal descent. And for a long time, since at least I would say, at least in a serious way, since 2009, when there was that green uprising in Iran, at least since 2009, I had been involved in a serious way in the Iranian opposition to the Islamic Republic. to try to, remove this regime from power and to develop a form of government that would reflect the will of the Iranian people. So I get involved with this very high level socio-political group devoted to a cultural and political revolution in Iran, not just regime change, but a cultural revolution in Iran. And then once I'm involved with them, this guy contacts me again. And he says to me, we have a broadcast facility in Croatia where we can bombard the Islamic Republic with whatever anti-regime propaganda you want to tailor for this purpose. And there's a guy in Washington, Michael Bagley, who runs a private intelligence agency called Jellyfish. And they're the ones managing this dish in Croatia, which can bombard, the Islamic Republic with whatever kind of message you want to get into the country. And I said, all right, look, let me just Google this character, right? And I Googled him, and there was a story from Mother Jones and a story that had been run in Wired about Jellyfish, which was presenting the organization as the Salvaged Intelligence Directorate of Blackwater. You remember what Blackwater was? Of
course.
Yeah, Eric Prince, right?
Yep.
Okay, so what happened was Blackwater fell apart, and Eric Prince he became increasingly dissatisfied with the kinds of people that were around him and the kinds of people that he had to deal with within the U.S. deep state and the intelligence community. I think he came to feel that his efforts to bring security to Iraq were being undermined by people in the broader intelligence community. And so he sort of left what had been Blackwater, and the organization disintegrated. That was, of course, a mercenary organization, right, but it had an in-house intelligence service. And Jellyfish was a rebranded form of Blackwater's intelligence service. It's in-house intelligence. And Michael had worked as Eric Prince's intelligence director, this guy, Michael Bagley.
Okay.
So this creepy, crazy guy in London tells me, call Michael Bagley, and he will be able to help you with these regime change efforts in Iran. So I said, fine, with one phone call, I'll figure out whether this guy's a crank or whether there's something to this. And I called, and the guy was expecting my call. We had a nice conversation.
Bagley was?
Yeah. And we had a couple meetings over the course of a few months. We had a lot of correspondence and a couple of meetings in person. And so basically, this guy in London, Jonathan, got me involved with the former intelligence directorate of Blackwater through my interest in bringing about regime change in Iran, because he failed with this whole bizarre Vril society angle, right?
Right.
But then over the course of my much more tangible involvement with Michael and Jellyfish in terms of Iran regime change, he brought this weird stuff back into the conversation.
The Nazi stuff.
Weird stuff related to that. Like, for example, we had been discussing this privately, my interaction with Jacques Vallée. So at one point, Jonathan tells me that, and by the way, let me just preface this. This is kind of out of the order of the story, but it's worth mentioning up front so that people get more of a sense of who it was I was dealing with. When this whole fiasco wound up ending with my defamation in the pages of the New York Times and Newsweek and stories on NBC and so forth, I dug into who this character was, this Londoner.
Jonathan.
Yeah. And this guy has been initiated into more than a handful of the top secret societies in the world. He was like a 32nd or 33rd degree Mason. He belonged to all kinds of, like Rosicrucian, Golden Dawn orders, and all over the world, from Argentina to various countries in Europe.
What?
I like his reaction, like, what? What? You're kidding me.
Yeah, this guy has a pretty big channel.
Yeah,
he's like 900. It's under 1 million, but still, he's obviously.
I mean, once you get in one order, I think you just, the door opens up for the rest of them, right? I mean, it's like no big deal. You're like, yeah, it's like, oh yeah, you're part of this group. Yeah, you can be part of our group. You just got to get in, or be whatever. I don't even think it's really getting. It's just family affair, man. I think a lot of it. Recruiting new people to come on in when they're older, and you're like, oh, by the way, would you like to see a bunch of evil? We think you'd be great. You know, you're kind of risking it right there. Somebody could talk. It is weird. Like, you know, I've always said to myself, like, that's strange. Like, all these freaking supposed, you know, Mason, you know, there's always a Mason. Oh, Mason, right? And what's weird is, dude, they really do shut the F up. You don't really hear a lot of Masons spouting off anything. Nobody's on YouTube talking. I mean, yeah, people claim it, but like, you know what I'm saying? You would think you'd have a bunch of
They're
people.
not really promoting it.
They really don't.
They're not.
It's really
Singing out
strange.
the rooftops about it, you know, because it
Yeah.
wouldn't be that wrong. There's nothing wrong. It's not secret in the way that you're not supposed to tell people. That's not
Yeah.
the secret, right? You're allowed
But-
to tell people you're in Freemasonry and that it's
Yeah,
good.
but here's the weird part.
So why don't people do that? It's a very good point.
If you ask them, typically most of them are very proud to tell you they are,
Mhm.
but they don't go around just like, they don't say it. They don't go, hey, I'm so-and-so, I'm a Mason. They don't say
Typically
that.
not, no, but you think some would do a YouTube.
Yeah. You think somebody would at least set the record straight. Like somebody would say, well, wait a minute, I'm part of the organization and that's not what we believe. And they don't, you know, there's nobody to, it's strange to me how
At least
quiet
some
they
different
are.
levels of that, or people attempting to. Yeah. It's
Yeah,
very
yeah,
quiet.
yeah. Very quiet.
Right.
Very strange. And apparently, I mean, you'd think, I don't know what the membership's like. I've never been to the lodge and never, you know, done it. But apparently it works like if you're willing, they're willing, but you have to take the first step. It's got to be you. You've got to be the one to initiate it. They're not going to come at you like Jehovah's Witnesses. You know what I'm saying? They're going to, so,
Yeah.
yeah.
You know what I was saying in the chat today? I
What's
said
up?
you'd be surprised how many content creators are have training in acting or media or
Oh, yeah.
part of a government agency that's in some manner.
Yeah. Yeah. There was a time in the late 2000s where, and I don't know, but I had heard that the CIA and some agencies were recruiting out of colleges to do content creation and work with, you know what I'm saying? Like there was a lot of that. They're looking for people, young people, to sort of like promote agendas through social media. And it was kind of, you know, talked about a little bit there. And I don't remember where I heard it from. Could have been Alex Jones. I don't know, for all I know. But it was, you know, it made sense. I mean, they want, you know, looking for impressionable young people willing to make some good money after, you know, college. Got you, you know, tied into all that debt you got to pay back. A lot of people are probably like, yeah, sounds like a good gig to me, you know. So I don't know,
think they
man.
set up some sort of agencies, like promotional agencies or something, and get people to sign on.
Yeah.
And then they promote them. But really, it's like the golden ticket they hold, right?
Sure.
Like YouTube and Google.
This was weird. I just saw that. I was like, I just have to show this. Insane incident, of course, in San Francisco. A pirate tried to set a tourist on fire, only to be stopped by a full naked, 100% naked guy. So, this is what happens. Oh, good Lord. Anyway, so you'll see here. Put this
You're
on
not going to show me another, like...
No, it's just the weirdest. I mean, like, only in fucking San Francisco did this shit
This is
go
going to be
down.
a Faces of Death video.
No,
How
no,
bad
dude.
does it get?
No, it's not really, man. But look, here's a guy.
Does anyone go
normal guy.
unconscious?
He is fucking like,
Stop breathing.
he's confronted by the pirate, who's apparently got some gasoline and a lighter, and he's gonna light the dude on fire. But he was just a naked random dude.
What?
Like, well, I can't let that happen in my city. We you know, we're decent people. But
So in the same place, there's somebody that's willing to light someone else on fire and a completely naked man in the same place.
Yes, exactly. Only in fucking Frisco, bro. So then you got this.
Is that
Whatever. I don't want to misgender this person, you know, but short hair. I'm assuming it's a lesbian. So the lesbian runs up and grabs his his bottle of gasoline, so he can't light this guy on fire. Now he's like, bitch, I can't believe you did that. And, or, well, she, I can't believe you did that. Yeah, I'm still confused right here. I don't know. Anyway, pirate decides, well, fuck it. I'll just take a swing at this guy.
Punch him in the face. Are you kidding me? Hey!
And now the naked guy comes
Go,
in. Like, hell
naked
no.
dude.
Wait a minute. There's two naked men, two full on naked dudes just walking down the street. And they attack them. And they're like, fuck that, man. We don't take this shit from pirates up in our neighborhood. So, I guess they're like, dude, you're in the wrong part of the streets, my man. You need to go where pirates are welcome.
Why do you think he's a pirate?
It's crazy, man.
Go run.
Oh, the beard.
You come here. Come in. Come in, please.
Okay. So there's that. And just like, that's, yeah. You know what's weird is like, they were saying I was just thinking about this. The news was reporting that, that all this political violence and stuff is very un-American. And I started thinking like, okay, John F. Kennedy, Abe Lincoln, Ronald Reagan, a host of other presidents were killed while they were in office. I was like, dude, shooting a president is very American. Holy fuck, what are you talking about? That is like one of the most American things you can do is shoot the president comparatively to other countries. Sorry.
I was thinking more along the lines of Antifa, BLM.
Well, there's, yeah, okay. But they're saying like
you're right as well. Yeah. At the time, that's what I was thinking when I heard them say that.
Yeah, you heard
when when Biden was talking there.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, they're good ones.
It's un-American. Like, no, not
violence.
Really.
Yeah.
No, that's not true. Yeah. Apparently this guy, he nutted on a woman and then ran away, and he's like a drive-by nutter. So I guess he was following a woman around in like I'm assuming it's like a Dollar General or something like that, and he pulls it out, jerks and squirts on her, and runs. And the way her reaction,
Are you
dude,
gonna show me something I truly do not.
No, dude, it's just so fucking funny because they just show this big black guy running out the door, right?
Is this gonna get X-rated?
No, but the woman's like, he nutted on my leg, look, and she's like, ah. She's like, she didn't say it, but it's almost like she's going, ah, it burns, ah. It's just some crazy shit. I'm sorry. It's perfect. Here we go. Let's watch.
Look, he fucking nutted on my fucking leg. You go to hell, bitch. Oh my god.
And she's crying.
Yeah. It burns. Ah. I'm sorry. It was just fucking crazy, dude. You know what? I think this is made up. I think she grabbed some lotion or something, squirted herself on, and like that's her friend. And he just ran out of the store, and she's just like they're just making this for a viral video because this is crazy, dude. Like, I don't even think. Like, I wonder how much shit is really true, right? But anyway, that her reaction was just, I thought it was funny, man. She's starting to cry about it, like, oh. Anyway, I feel like I had to share. Sorry. And that's the end of it.
Look, he fucking nutted on my fucking leg. You go to hell, bitch. Oh my god.
I like how they like blur out the nut on the they blur out the jizz, and it's like you can't like why they blur it out. It's like, well, I guess maybe it was
to save me the nightmare.
I'm sorry. It's late, whatever. I just had to. This is Oakland's low IQ diversity hire mayor fudge the criminal numbers to make it look like crime was decreasing in her dystopian hellhole. This is funny. So it shows us, Jesus, gotta see this mayor, bro. Some of these, I just don't understand. The elections have to be rigged, I guess. Or maybe people are voting and they just don't know what the fuck they're voting for. But anyway, here's her take on what's going on. Of course, it's all about the right and, the agenda to make her look bad. But while she's talking, they show all these clips of Oakland pretty much burning. Here it is.
I'm not going down like that. We're not going down like that. The people who voted for me deserve to have their voices heard and communities prioritized. I'm seeking the truth right now, just as much as you all are. But I will not be bullied, and I will not be disparaged, and I will not be threatened out of this office. There are a lot of radical right-wing forces who know they will never win an election in Oakland fair and square. They know their extreme views are at odds with our Oakland values, but they have built the rules to protect and preserve their power and maintain dominance over the rest of us. We are a threat to that order. I know that. The people who supports me know that.
Supports.
You see, this was never going to be an easy fight. But I tell you, it's most definitely a fight worth winning. I will continue to lift up those most vulnerable, to lead by example, to prove that this system might not be designed for us, but we can and we will build a brighter future for our children. This is my mission as your mayor.
Yeah. Okay. And everybody knows what's going on in California. It truly is sad. And let's see, this one's called, and we've seen a lot of plane freakouts over the years. And I've been talking about how, literally it's like an epidemic of weirdos on planes. Apparently this lady takes the cake. This crazy lady on a TUI flight from Montego Bay to Birmingham. Montego Bay. Here we go.
What do you want me to do? Call my phone and I'm here for you. Is this what you want me to do? Kathleen, is this what you've done, Kathleen? This is what you've done, Kathleen. Charlotte Kirsty. Yes, this is what you've done for nothing. Absolutely nothing. I'm sorry, guys. I just want you to come on. Charlotte can't get up here now. You started the Charlotte.
Stand up, Charlotte. Show yourself.
Charlotte started it for nothing.
See, look, man, you're making kids cry.
I'm so sorry for your children. Honestly, God, I'm sorry for your children.
Yeah, man, look at that. You're making kids cry.
Sorry to God. I swear on holy God, because you will get kicked down. She's getting off. I'm sorry for your child. Sit down. I'm sorry for your child. The rest of you will get arrested. I'm sorry for your child. Come and beat me. This man's trying to come and beat me. Get out of here. I'm going to be beaten up.
Look at those glasses. That's another thing that's wrong with this world. Like, who in the fuck keeps buying these glasses? It's so weird, man. Like, these rims are just getting ridiculous. Like manufacturers are like, okay, how can we make people look more like crazy lefties? Yeah, make the rim thicker. There we go. No, it's just weird, man. It's like, look at those things. Jesus. Okay.
Like him, that's all right, is it? Why can't you turn the plane around for him? Shut your mouth, you won't touch me. Touch me, you touch me. How are you going to show me love? Shut me up. I put you in a headlock, you fucking cocksucker. Suck my cock. Suck my cock. It would love it. Yes, suck the back up. There's children on the plane. I'm sorry for the guys, but he's the one getting on to beat me. Was on a camera to beat me. Suck my cock.
Like, can she even think for a second that she's going to
Wow.
remain on the plane? Right? That's what is that the complete delusional part?
I mean,
you think you're actually got a chance of remaining on the plane after acting like this?
yeah, no shit. I mean, you understand that, like, I don't know what's wrong with people, but I mean, I guess people just don't. I guess not really thinking this out very clearly, you know.
Maybe they're already in the air. Do you know?
No, they are. But what I'm saying though was, if you act like this, like you will be fucking banned.
Oh,
to
forever
ever
from,
fly
like,
on any,
every airline.
dude. Like you will have to, like your chances. You're never getting on a plane. And like if you want to go anywhere, that's what kept me like legit, you know, saying. I mean, that's what kept most of us sane. But now people are just like, well, fuck it. You know, like I don't care. Like I don't think you really know what you're talking about here. Like, what if you get a job, for instance, they're like, well, we need you to fly to so and so place, and you're like, sort of banned by the TSA. I can't really do that. Like, you know, that's gonna mess up your chances, you know, for promotion or whatever. I'm just saying, like, it could. You certainly at times may need to fly. So, yeah, you would think people would like, you know,
I've
have
thought about it given the
little more
COVID
manners.
situation we went through.
Yeah.
I thought about it a fair bit there. Because
Yeah.
that was looking like that was never going to happen again for me.
Right. Let's see what girl has to say here.
Ask him about children when he's trying to come to me.
Were you allowed to fly in the States without the job?
Yeah. No. Well, yes. They didn't stop your. Yeah, they didn't stop you from getting on board. But like, I don't think I couldn't go to Canada. I couldn't go to Australia. I could go. I guess I could have went to Mexico. That was cool. Mexico was like, fuck that. We're not screwing that up. They're like, no, you're good. If you still want to come down here, we're fine. We deal with all kinds of diseases and shit. COVID, no big deal.
People to go around.
Yeah, don't worry. They got other things to worry about. So yeah, they were definitely cool with it. I don't know. Is it Canada? I wonder if have they lifted their restrictions on that? You think it's okay for Americans to go down to Canada without being vaccinated?
Yeah, it's fine.
Is it fine now? I don't know. Okay.
But you got me thinking about everything again.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's all fine. Yeah, no, they got rid of most of it.
Yeah, okay. Man, she just won't shut up. Damn, girl.
Entertainment.
Boy. All right, now we're gonna skip to the part where I'm not gonna watch her just do crazy forever. I want to see where they probably. Let's see here. I guess they moved her. I guess maybe they're escorting her off the plane. I don't know if they just moved into a more safer location. But yeah, there was that. Let's see. That's kind of funny. There's this guy who was like watching. I don't know if this is like a BLM rally or something. But you guys see this guy's face, man. It's like priceless. Why do people like love to like get up on cars and twerk on the cars? It is the weirdest thing I've ever seen, dude. Yeah, I don't know. But here's this guy right here. He's sitting on his porch. He just kind of just looks like, oh, great. Yeah. I don't know if he was a supporter, but anyway, interesting stuff, man. All right, man. And I honestly, most of it was going to be about Trump tonight. So I just grabbed a couple clips.
Right.
And
I
yeah.
was thinking you should tell people about that other interview.
Oh, yeah.
That fighter guy. Not that you have to play any per se, but it was interesting, his take. I think I agreed on like pretty much 90% everything he said.
Yeah,
There's something at the end that wasn't, but
and I'll be honest, like I watched a lot of that, but I did not finish it. The one with Rogan, he was talking to Rogan, right? That's the one.
no, he was talking with PBD guy.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Oh, I thought Rogan. Yeah.
I can find it for you if you want.
Yeah. Let me see if we can pull it up. 1 second here. I got it. I know where it is.
Actually, you could play it right from the part I got on the. I did have a time stamped in the Scarab Crew.
Yeah, I'm going up here now. Okay, there it is.
I can't remember why that was a good place to start. You could play it. I think there was a point there.
Yeah.
I can't remember what I was showing you guys in particular.
Here it is. Yeah, this guy's testimony was really good. Apparently, at some point he got saved, and his story about what happened was pretty interesting, and I think that really touches on some of the spiritual aspects and spiritual understanding that we have come to realize. It was good because he was talking about his ex-girlfriend, and I'll put it on screen right here.
He's pretty direct about everything he says.
Yeah,
it's
and
pretty
his
great in a
ex-girlfriend.
way.
Well, what's really interesting about that is, I'm telling you, man, I dealt with that demon myself with my ex, and I went through years and years of abuse in my past life, before Mandela effect, but I went for, years, man, a decade of abuse, sometimes emotionally, psychological, and physical, and with my ex wife, she, she got physical, she definitely got emotional, and psychological, the abuse I would endure. And it would happen when she would get drunk, or she'd drink too much, and and like, dude, there was a demon. I mean, I swear to God, Benz, before I even really was even talking about this stuff, like, kind of like what we sort of touched on last week, but you know, same thing happened, man. So I really relate to this. But of course, I mean, not to the degree he experienced, but just witnessing it happen, like, dude, it was really strange how we'd be 2 beers in or whatever we were drinking, and you get about into that fourth one, fifth one, somewhere there was a switch, and dude, she was just, man, it was awful, having to deal with that, and very manipulating, very manipulative, and you know it was weird. She would want to argue with me. She would have me trapped because I wouldn't drink a lot because I was more concerned about us getting home. So I was like, someone's gonna drive, and it's gonna be me, obviously, and I don't want, it was an hour drive back from her 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 family's house, and it was a strange family. Anyways, these are really crazy people, but like, we'd drive home, and she would have me sort of trapped, and she would just start like tearing into me emotionally, and arguing over stuff that we'd already hashed out. But here it comes again. We recycle the same old fight again. It was like, dude, what in the hell? And, you're sitting there trying to rationalize and logically speak to someone who's drunk. And that holy shit, if there wasn't the definition of insanity on that one, because, there's no way you can even do that. People who are drunk, who are really drunk, do not listen and are, it's really unfair because you're just being pummeled and you're just trying to, keep some order. And then you just get frustrated and you start yelling because you've had enough. You literally want to almost pull the car over and walk away, but it's the middle of the night. So you can't do that. So I have to get home. And then she would just tear into me. Now I'm just like all wound up and, just I feel sick inside. And then she'd be like, well, let's go in and have sex. The craziest shit. And this is true. This happened over and over and over and over, to the point where like I got to the point where I just started faking my orgasms. I'd fake it. I'd be like, screw it, like, and I got to the point where, it messed with me in my relationship so hard, that it got to the point where I didn't even want to, you know, participate in that because, dude, I feel like I was being abused. And then I'm getting taken advantage of, just because I'm, thinking take advantage of me because, you think, I mean, you're like, yeah, now I'm just gonna. It was weird, man. It was almost some sort of. If you think about it, it's almost like like some sort of like Illuminati like training, like where you go in there and they tear you down emotionally, but then they give you something good at the end. So you kind of like, well, what are you trying to make me do? Look forward to the fights? But like, dude, no, I'm serious. It was just weird. It was like this demon, and I swear to God, I felt like I was fighting a demon. I swear to God. So I totally understand where this guy's going. If you, I don't know if we're at that point, but yeah, that shit was crazy. This guy's testimony is good. So sorry about that. I didn't mean to get on that rant, but
It sounds like it got to that point. I would wonder, like, initially, she just wasn't with somebody the same as her. Because some people like that. They just like to fight and then make up, right?
yeah,
They're fucked. But it's a combination of feelings, one into another, a mix of the two, and it's whatever.
there was
I
some.
could
Well,
probably really just consider it a type of perversion of sex, honestly, because
I
how you
think
can
it
go
was.
from negative and then
Yeah.
mix that with it, like that's. But it's not quite the same because it's like there can be makeup sex too, and that's not quite the same. But still,
No.
it gets close that you're going. So it's like in the movies when they show like something all nice and wonderful and sexual, and then boom, somebody dying and there's blood, and they'll you know what I mean? They'll flash that shit in the movies to fuck with you.
Dude,
And
you
it's
have
not
no
healthy.
idea the demons and that's why I was like saying that alcoholics, like in my opinion, harbor the worst demons of them all. Worse than people who are on opiates, worse than people who are on, other hard drugs, cocaine. Well, maybe I don't know about cocaine, but I know that for sure with alcohol, man, because it's just so accepted and no one really understands how truly it affects people because most people for the most part can act normal on it, but like when you've lived in an abusive relationship like that and you're just, dude, like I'm serious, I swear to God, I literally didn't start anything. I would literally just be driving home and like about 10 minutes after that, we're at 50 minutes left and I'm just trying to just focus on the road. It's the middle of the night and I'm trying to get us home. I'm tired. And then you get bombarded with that. And that's, and it was always like real hateful shit. It was like real evil stirring up, just bringing up like crap that happened years ago, and like I thought we are past this, but oh no, not with this demon. This demon remembers every negative thing that happened and they recycle it over and over on you. And I swear to God, we've had the same argument again. And here's the crazy part. The next day, after we went through all that shit and all that, do I get an apology? Do I get like a sorry, brought that up or nothing? It's like it never even fucking happened, dude. Because at the end of it was the sexual part, and I felt like just a big whore, because I was like, dude, like, wasn't really enjoying. I was only doing it because I didn't want to make her any more upset.
How long were
It
you
was
with this girl?
like, dude, like 11 years.
That's a long time.
Dude, tell me about it. That's really messed up. And when I got away from her, and I saw the light, finally, well, some things showed me the light, trust me. But when I saw that and I saw everything I needed to see about what she really was,
Something
I was,
sexy.
huh?
Something sexy.
No.
Showed you the light.
No.
I thought you meant there was
No. I mean, I caught her cheating on me.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah. Like red-handed, like cheaters red-handed. Yeah, like busted. And not only that, there was like, her family was in on it too.
Really?
Like, oh yeah. They were covering for her, like her sister was and stuff. Yeah, dude, it was rough. And yeah, I caught all that shit. So, it was like, dude, okay. So once that happened, I realized, okay, this is we're done. Thank God. But I finally I needed that confirmation. That's something that I had to see because I had 11 years, and I didn't want to give up on our relationship because aside from the drinking, aside from her demons, we got along pretty good. Whenever, but every weekend or most, here and there, maybe at one time it used to be just like a weekend, one day, then it was 2 days, and it was, oh, you got to throw in Thursday because that's ladies' night, and then it was like a Tuesday, and started becoming more and more frequent, and then more shit started happening, and
was that most of your 20s?
It was like my 30s.
Those were your 30s.
Yeah, and then I got, and then as I, once I got past that, and then, that's when I moved on, and then
And she was your age?
No.
She's like 5 to 10 younger?
Yeah.
So she was still younger, drinking.
She was, yeah. So, you seen, well, she was, when I first met her, she was, yeah. I've already told people this, but like, yeah, it was crazy, dude. I shouldn't have even been in that whole deal. I don't know what I was thinking. I was just like, I don't know, man. It's weird. We hit it off pretty good in the beginning. Things were really good. And so, but really, dude, here, I'm just going to say one thing. And man, a lot of times it's really hard.
Don't worry, I won't tell anybody.
It's a really hard thing to change people, dude. Like if they've got some demons, like you can suppress them for a while, but like it's much better to find a girl who hasn't been through all that kind of stuff. Unless you're broken too, and you guys are both broken, and maybe you guys can work shit out together. That's fine, I get it. But like I just didn't come from the same place she came from when I was growing up. Like my family was pretty normal. And then I had
not evil.
Bro, dude, these people were crazy, bro. Like her
involved.
family was like had a lot of demons, and and to the point where it was like, just
it's simple. If it's acceptable to lie within a family, that's pretty much a big tip right there.
Bro, let me tell you something. There's no way.
There's a whole lot more fucking crazy.
I don't know anybody, okay, that could be like, yo, like for instance, if I called my sister, I'd be like, listen, sis, I'm cheating on my wife right now, and you're out of town. Can I borrow your house to bang, somebody? You won't mind, right? You're good. You'll cover for me too, right? Like if she calls, you'll cover. Like if I said that shit, like I would be disowned. Okay, absolutely disowned from my family. Like, dude, no more Christmas cards, no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's disowned as you could be, right? Like just trust me, nobody wanted anything to do with me if I was that big a heathen. And and it's not a fear. It's just the way my family is. I mean, they have, they're moral people. For most of my family are good people. They just are. Her family, on the other hand, these are people who like you'll hear stories like, oh, so and so, well, like her dad, like apparently decided to get into a fist fight with one of the cousins just because they were drunk and they had a disagreement over something. So then they started throwing down at the party in front of the kids. This is some redneck shit. Like, and of course I'm in Texas, so some wild shit. But that's the kind of weird shit you hear about, like stuff like that. And then her one sister was like this huge whore who like literally went out on Thursday nights to a bar where a bunch of single, like married men go, and she would look for married men to have sex with, so that because she didn't want a commitment, like all she was looking for is that, right? And she would openly say this, like, yeah, I'm not looking to, I just need a guy to come home and bang me. And I'm like, wow, that's great. And with your daughter there too, what a great mom. This is the type of people I'm talking about, right? Like just really messed up. The whole family was like really messed up. So, but then, you're not supposed to judge, whatever, they always tell you all this bullshit. Judge, people, judge. Yes, absolutely. You judge, and you look at the family, and you see, and if things don't look kosher to you, then you bail. Do not believe that bullshit for a second. Don't. You watch Pretty Woman, and you see Richard Gere, hook up with a fucking prostitute, and they're like gonna make it work. Don't believe that shit. Don't believe any of that shit. Okay, it's all lies. It's all right. You go to a fucking church and you find a sweet girl who will respect you and who will like appreciate you. That's what you do. If you're a young guy, that's what I should have done. I went to church.
One of the ways that judged is taken in Christianity, and the way it's used, like to judge is to judge what someone deserves for what they have done. And more belong on the level of their entire life or death, right?
Mm-hmm.
But to have discernment of what people are and to judge them by their fruits and blah blah blah, right? Like certainly you got to do that, and that takes judgment. You're right.
Yeah,
So
be careful. You're not just judging the peaches.
It's
what I'm saying?
like you're referring to
And the melons.
more so the discernment of who and what they are, not
Mhm.
necessarily judging them for their the destination of their soul or something,
Dude, it's not worth it, man. There's so many, I get it. You see these girls and you think, oh man, there she is, and she's a little firecracker, man. It's awesome. Yeah, okay. Uh-huh. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Good luck trying to tame that. Dude, you're not going to. And then it's just gonna end up tragic anyway. So, typically what you need to do is find somebody that you're equally yoked to, and somebody that, that's going to actually be able to put up. Typically, if you're a guy, put up with your bullshit. And I get it. We're in, look, we're not perfect people. But you definitely need a girl who's like, who's got a little more, understanding and more patience with you would definitely be good for any guy out there, you know, um, because you're gonna need it. And you know, but yeah, don't don't just look on what I that's an easy thing to say, don't just look at what's on the outside, but you definitely need to look on what's on the inside. And also I would say, yeah, if you're getting involved in, remember, even though you think you're just marrying her, you're also in some ways marrying the family too. Whether you like to admit it or not, I don't care. The only way you're not going to do that is if you like leave the state where you're in a state where there's no other family. then you might have a chance at it. And I would say if you're if you're in a situation where there is a family who seems to drive you crazy or seems to be a bad influence in your relationship and you're already in it, I would say get the fuck out of that state and move away and see about, taking your girl with you again, if you want to, preserve matters. Because I'm telling you, man, family can have a can be a positive, but it also can be a big negative. So, I don't know if you've had any outside family influences in your relationships, but they can be tough, man. That's a rough one for some people. It was for me, just because the immoral behavior of her family just was something. I never felt like, I didn't really feel like I couldn't. I don't know, man. These are weird people. They would have like they would invite everybody over, be like, oh yeah, my 1-year-old's having a birthday party. And everybody come over because they're just using it as an excuse to drink. They'd have like a keg there and a bunch of liquor and stuff, and everybody's getting liquored up, but it's the 1-year-old's birthday party. It's like, I don't know. I always thought that was a little weird. It's like, it's your kid. He's 1 year old. Why don't you have the birthday party and stop bothering me? Can I have my weekend? Do I need I always, dude, I'm telling you, man, there's like birthday Nazis out there. They exist. And I think there's like, I don't know. I've always been like, I'm a Gemini and I get it. And I don't really.
Meaning
care.
what?
Well, what I mean is like when I was
birthday
growing up with my family, I had friends and everything. But when I was younger, we'd have a birthday and it was just be me and my family and we'd have a special day and that's all I needed. And now I think it breeds narcissistic sort of behavior when you have these kids and you literally
mean the Instagram birthday people.
Oh, dude, just the amount of like crazy shit. Like, okay, let me put, dude. Okay, my ex was like literally white trash with money. They had good jobs, but they were like literally white trash from like the beginning. But nonetheless, they sort of fell into decent positions in life, and they made a lot of money. And like they had these birthday parties, right? Like I remember, and this is no lie.
They weren't occultists.
Oh no, they weren't. Well, I don't. Maybe on a spiritual level they were. I don't think they subscribed to it. Initially, there was no initiation. But here's what I noticed: is they had a kid birthday party. I'm at the party. I think the kid's like 6, right? And they shower these kids with gifts because they don't know how to raise kids. They raise them like basically just here, you go watch TV, you go do this, you go do that. Mommy's gonna do this. Mommy doesn't have time. You know what I mean? It's like busy parents, ignore the kid and expect the world to raise your child. It's real terrible. It's a real fucked up concept. And I can't even imagine how the kids turned out now. It's been I haven't seen anybody in years, But the point is like I'm thinking about this, like, wow. And I watched the kid at the birthday party, like couldn't open up the gifts because there were so many presents showered onto a child, because it's their birthday and everybody brought a gift.
Right. It'd take too many hours to open everything.
Dude, the kid like tapped out. Like, I can't, my arms are tired. Like, dude, have you ever heard of such a thing? And this is the shit I'm talking about. Like,
I actually have, but usually it's more for Christmas or.
Yeah, but that's ridiculous. So the point is like we've created a bunch of these narcissistic kids because every year you got to do something a little bit better. Every year it's got to be more and more and more and more. By the time they're 18, it's like, well, they probably have the money to do it. Oh, here, the brand new car. I just feel like the way people sort of shower their kids with gifts and don't expect anything out of them, don't expect them to just go to school, make good grades. School's really not that hard. And to make good grades nowadays, I mean, schools are kind of, they'll help you along because the better grades you make, the more money they get. So, there's an incentive to make sure. So, I mean, big deal, and no kids like, like most parents that have that kind of money, They're not making your kid work for it or work to buy a car, because the kids already had everything prior to that. Oh, a new PlayStation, no problem. New this, new. What you want to, want a nice flat screen TV in your room? Absolutely. Psh, yeah. It's just that's what I mean. It's just crazy. It's like you build these little narcissists. Now they get in. Now, no wonder you have this whole generation of people who just don't know how to handle all the stresses of life. These younger people that are just, that's the way they grew up, man, just sheltered and given everything. So anyway, that was the type of people I wasn't like that. I didn't grow up like that. I kind of had to work for everything, and I appreciated things more because it took longer for me to get what I wanted. So I had a deeper appreciation for material things. So I didn't really, I don't know. I had just, just watching these kids, they're like spoiled brats, and you just hate to see kids treated like that. But I'll tell you something really funny, and then we'll play this video. But so there was this sort of animosity, and they didn't really like me very much. And number one, I don't know, just my presence. I just had this thing about me where I guess I don't really, I have a very like, if I don't see something I like, I just avoid it, I don't really say anything. You can tell I'm just not approving of whatever lifestyle choices you're doing. Okay. I don't drink a whole lot. I don't lose control. I don't, act out. I don't do the things they do. So, I'm not really part of the clique, I guess. That was my issue with that. But, but they weren't going to change me. So whatever. But the weird part is that their kids, dude, they love them some Uncle Dan. You know what I'm saying? They loved Uncle Dan. I mean, loved me so much, like that's all they could talk about all week was that I was coming over. It drove them crazy because they were like, we're the ones buying all the gifts. We're the ones doing all this. You know why they love me so much, Noble? And I literally would go in there and sit down with these kids, and I would just chill with them, and I would just listen to them and participate in the stuff they were doing.
Right.
I actually had fun hanging out with the kids because we could, it was, well, kids, they're kids, and I know they're being raised wrong, but at the end of the day, they have decent souls and they're in good hearts. But they used to just hate the fact that the children were so receptive to me. And that used to drive them crazy. And I think they thought they could. This is what I'm saying. And it's honestly, it's really my generation that it's not the kids' fault. It's my generation that had decided that all these kids were going to be special, and then all these kids were going to have everything that they didn't have, and like somehow I don't know why there's a large majority of my generation that seems they got a raw deal. When I look back and I think, dude, that was the funnest time I ever had, having really nothing. Yeah, we didn't have a lot, but we had a lot of fun, and I felt like people were more genuine. So anyway, that's just another part of the story. But I just thought that was interesting that the kids just really like me because I just and I've always had that, always been really with children.
It was the people that raised the kids either from your generation or slightly after that started to like argue with their kids like one-on-one. Like they stopped parenting their children properly, right? They argued with their children. They didn't tell them. It's just different.
Yeah.
Like kids, the kids have these whatever, like an equal. They just never grew up. They weren't parents, they weren't adults and children, they were just kids and kids. That's the way a lot of mentality went, whereas you were just, people would like let their kids would get away with murder. Like what the hell, if they couldn't keep control of them, they wonder why, because they talk to them like kids.
Yeah.
And I kind of thought it was, I don't know, maybe it is around your generation or sometime after.
Well, I think of my sister, I mean, when she was raising her kid, it's like each kid, like, she had to have all these weird names. And they all had to be spelled in a weird way. So they're unique. And like, all this weird shit. And like, and I remember my sister was like, yeah, I mean, she's a good mom. Don't get me wrong. I mean, and she didn't exactly like overdo the gifting but there was a little bit more emphasis on like, she was one of those moms. It's like, every time there was some little thing that happened, we'd hear about what a genius her kid is. And it's like, oh, wow, he did this. And, it's like, whoa, he's in the upper percentages of, the upper percentile of, kids who do this on a Thursday. And he might be a genius, it's like, okay, that's great. Which turns out that, yeah, the kid's smart, but he's not, he's not Stephen Hawking's or anything like that. So, I'm just saying, like, she's like that. She's one of those moms. But she's a great mom. She's a great mom. But and I think she cares too much sometimes to a fault. I think that I don't know. She, I guess there's just a lot of people that felt, and I wonder if she felt like, there was things that she missed out on as a kid, and this is why she tries so hard to make sure that you know her kids get everything and do everything and have the opportunities that she didn't have. But it's like that whole generation seems to be that way. It's like
They feel a
again,
little hard done by or something.
I don't know, maybe. And I know, I mean, we're the unfortunately, my generation is the every kid gets a prize generation. Like we didn't want anyone to feel sad that,
Once
they
you were having
lost.
kids, you're saying once you were adults.
Yeah, I'm saying that
Not when you were kids.
not when we were kids, but when our kids were kids, we're the ones that started doing that. Everyone gets a trophy, everyone gets a, ribbon,
Gotcha.
that type of thing. I grew up in a generation that was like, cry about it, bitch. Like we were rough. I mean, dude, we were just, we were just angry little kids. We didn't care. Like if you, suck it. If you didn't win, you try, see you on the flip side, I mean, that's, that's kind of how we were. I mean, we were different. Definitely. I guess we were more aggressive, very aggressive children, a lot of, not like the later generation. It's different now. Okay, so here is Bryce explains why he wants to homeschool. This is where you sent me the clip. So we're gonna watch this. This is Bryce Mitchell, MMA fighter. He's on with the PBD broadcast.
Yeah, I don't necessarily condone whatever he's saying. I can't remember. I just know the whole thing was pretty interesting. But
It is interesting, and PBD, well, and he's one of the best out there, I think, when it comes to interviewing and stuff. And
definitely good.
He's good, man.
He's good.
Yeah,
but, man. I don't know. What the fuck's gonna happen in the future with these people? It's hard to trust anybody.
True. Here we go.
Glorified demons, you will have certain death and certain destruction. Not one of these gay people will have a grandson like I will, or a granddaughter like I will. All of these ways lead to death and destruction. And like I said, Pride Month, right in the middle of Pride Month is the word demon, because that's what it's there to glorify, demons and Satan.
Why do you think they're doing it, though? What's the long-term outcome?
The long-term effect is to weaken this Christian nation so that when these communists come over here, they can kill us all. Because like I said, gay people, they don't build an army. Gay people can't build no army. All they do is take other people's kids and convert them to gays.
You mean to tell me like a gay army wouldn't intimidate you?
Oh, they'd have your back, all right.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, that was the part I was showing.
Wow.
Yeah, I never seen him laugh so much.
Damn.
God, I'm good.
Oh, God.
No, counterpuncher, man. I wasn't too quick, Doc.
You're back, all right.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, but it's the reason why I asked the question today. I had another gentleman here with me, the author of the book of The Fourth Turning. I don't know if you've read it or heard of the book before.
No, sir.
They wrote it in 1997, December of 1997, when the book came out. They made 5 predictions. Okay, one of the predictions was there's 4 turnings that you go through. Right, first is a high. Then it's the awakening, then unraveling, then crisis. And we're in crisis mode right now, according to the fourth turning, right? And he says the 5 predictions they made in the book that's going to be happening, one of them was a massive financial crisis, global financial crash, which happened. 2, a global pandemic, which happened. 3, Russia would invade a neighboring Soviet, one of the former Soviet countries. Happened. What was a Tea Party one, Rob? Do you remember the 4th one he made? Anyways, 4 out of the 5 predictions all became a reality. One of them didn't. The only one that they predicted in the book that would cause us to go back to typical conventional way of living was an all-out civil war. And he says every time in the history where we've gone through these 4 turnings, every single time, the 4th one, the only way we go back to massive change is through war. Their prediction was there's a possibility that's going to be a civil war. And then he quoted something. He quoted a book from a lady named Barbara F. Walters, who, Rob, is that the daughter of Barbara Walters?
I don't think so.
Is it a different Barbara Walters? Okay. So who knows? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. This lady goes, Barbara F. Walter. Can you actually check to see? Okay, Barbara F. Walter. This lady writes a book, and go to the book she wrote, Rob. The book she wrote right there. Now, right there. How civil wars start.
Grab a drink.
Okay? She goes around the world, interviewing other countries where had experienced a civil war. And everybody she interviews, every one of them said the same thing about civil war. Do you remember her words, Rob? She said, everybody I spoke to, they all said, we never saw it coming. We never saw it coming. She says, nobody thinks a civil war is going to come before it comes. All of a sudden, boom, it's here, right? Yeah. I asked you the question about the whole LGBTQ, California Pride, all the stuff that we're talking about. And, but a part of it right now is the divide in the values and principles that we have is so wide. It's almost as if somebody from the outside is trying to cause a civil war in America to break us apart, right?
So that we could be picked off by the Russians and Chinese. That's right.
So you believe that could happen?
It could absolutely happen.
By the way, Bryce Mitchell is officially on Minex. So if you got any questions, you want to FaceTime with him, have a call with him, maybe even see what he's got going on in his backyard, you can Minex Bryce Mitchell. This is his QR code. Ask him any question about today's podcast. Some tells me he's going to give you an entertaining response.
Here's the thing. If we just restarted and had fresh people in there that cared about the country and we got rid of taxes completely, there shouldn't be no taxes. Maybe you could tax an import or export or something.
This guy trying to get rid of Texas? Motherfucker. Just kidding. He said taxes. Just sounded like he said Texas. I was like, listen, we don't need Texas. I'm like, what are you talking about, man? Okay. All right, I'm just kidding. Here we go.
Something like that. But the income tax, it's trash. I mean, we just need a whole new system. The Federal Reserve, it's corrupted. It's all corrupted. And I don't know where all this is going to go, but for somebody like me who has all these thoughts and loves Jesus Christ but can't do anything, you know what I got to do? Start a farm. That's the only thing I can do. That's the only thing we can do is start a farm. Just like in Jeremiah, when the people was enslaved, God's people was enslaved, God instructs them with 3 things. He says, take wives, make children, and plant gardens. And I think that's what Christians ought to do. Do I think we're going to have this mighty revolution and replace all this evil? No, we're not. We're not organized enough. And Satan's going to control this earth to the day that we're dead or get raptured. But what I'm telling you is that would be ideal. Hang all the pedophiles and restart the government. Do I think that's going to happen? No. So what am I telling everybody to do? Take wives, make children, plant gardens. Straight out the book of Jeremiah. Those aren't my ideas. My ideas are stupid. My ideas are kill all the pedophiles and start over. No, we're never going to organize that. The word of God says, take wives, make children, and plant gardens. And I've done that.
You know what a Jewish proverb said?
No.
Write a book, plant a tree, have a son. That's a Jewish proverb. So some similarities there. But for them, there's a little bit of money to be made when you write a book. So you got to make sure financially.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But again, that's a joke. It's called comedy. It's okay. We're in safe space, folks. It's okay to laugh every once in a while at each other. Okay, so you know, another topic. Really curious to know where you're going to go with this. My kids have this little, you know, what do you call it? They you call it a globe, or you spin it? What would you call that, Rob? Is that a
Yeah, that's a globe.
A globe, okay. And we all had it when we were kids, right? I mean, if I had to give them a flat Earth globe, it's a little bit disappointing to them if I gave it to them, right? They would be heartbroken. They would say, Dad, I want it to be round because it's like a ball. It's exciting. You know, you can kick it if it breaks. There's things you can do with it. Why are you so obsessed with removing this incredible experience for kids away and telling them it's flat? Why would you do that to them?
Well, the good news is that the
there's
firmament
flat earther
is
stuff in this.
circular. It's spherical, so that's
That was the
good. They can hold on to
10%.
that. But yeah, the idea.
Still great,
I'm gonna
though.
break it down as simple as possible.
Okay.
If they can convince you that the Earth is 13 billion years old, it come out of the Big Bang, and we evolved from monkeys, there's no need for God. When you realize that the Earth is an enclosed system, there's a firmament over it, just like the Bible says, and that the sun and the moon are the exact same size, and that they circle the Earth, you're going to realize something intelligent put that here for life on this planet to flourish. And I'm telling you what it is. It's God. God created everything perfect on this planet. And by the way, the Earth don't move. The Earth don't rotate. Everything in the sky rotates around the Earth. Okay. And people don't understand what flat Earth is or why it's important. I'm telling you, because as a Christian, you should know what God's creation looks like. And if you go to the Bible, over 5 times it says very clearly, this ain't the word of Bryce. This is the word of God. The earth shall not be moved. So I'm telling you, the earth don't spin. It don't rotate. It don't orbit. The earth is stationary. It's huge. It's covered by a dome. And all the things that, all the heavenly bodies, the sun, the moon, and the stars, which is actually differentiated in the Bible. NASA don't differentiate the sun and stars. They tell you that they're the same thing. The sun is not a star. The stars are not suns. Okay. I'm just telling you, that's why the stars twinkle and the sun don't. Okay. Because they're totally different things. But anyways, all these heavenly bodies rotate around the earth, and the earth was made for the image of God, humans, to have domain over everything. And if they can convince you that we come from the Big Bang and the earth is 9 billion years old, you know, that's all hogwash. But if they can convince you that, then you won't believe in God. It's that simple. I know, because I thought we come from monkeys until I found out that evolution's all a scam.
For sure.
So basically, the world is about 6,000 years old, just like the Bible says. And it has a firmament, just like the Bible says. And I mean,
Let's go through a couple of things. Okay. So, basic questions people will ask. I mean, I've gone through this with many friends, but we'll just kind of do it here together. So, okay, Bryce. So what happens if I drive to the end? Do I fall off? What's around it at the end, right? What does it look like physically? If you want to pull up the picture, Rob, we've seen the flat Earth model.
Yeah, let's see it.
If you can pull that up, which one would you want to?
Okay, so there's not space around it really like that, but that circular right there, that's what it is. But the sun and the stars, they're not like, it wouldn't look like that. They're in the firmament, but basically there's an ice wall. And it's illegal to drive to the edge, brother. I wish that we could, but we can't go to Antarctica legally. So basically there's an ice wall around the whole world, and we're not allowed to go to it. Literally, if you went over there, they just arrest you. And that's because they don't want people to know that the world is surrounded by a 200-foot tall ice wall. And that's what we call Antarctica. So all of this stuff is really mind blowing when you think about it, but it's important.
I wish I could get a really kick-ass boat and somehow figure out a way to get down there and just check it out for myself. I don't know where I would get, because if I'm dealing with
Where
200,
exactly?
I don't know.
I
That's
mean,
what I'm
most of the
saying. I
time
just
you'd
want
be
to.
running into
I just run into
clump
the
of
fucking
ice.
wall. Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of ice hanging around a lot of places.
Yeah. But it'd be cool if I could just at least stay with a. Okay, let's say this. Well, if I could just roll next to the ice wall, just keep, I mean, of course, I'd need to refuel. How would I refuel?
When we were young, it all looked like ice wall. Now, is that just because they didn't show us the pictures of the land? And then after Mandela effect, it's like, oh, there's all this land near the shore.
Man,
I don't know, man.
I don't know, man. Another thing too is it like, I don't, I always wonder, like, is there a wall of ice, and then like further out beyond the wall, there's more land. That's kind of what I think, maybe. Only because Richard Byrd mentions that shit. And for whatever reason, I know, probably a damn Mason too. I'm sure he's a Mason. But the point is,
I think the simplest solution is they started a breakaway civilization in Antarctica.
Yeah.
And
well,
I'm joking,
dude.
But who knows? There's so many possibilities going on.
I think Antarctica is just like the middle point between what I think is the M. Night Shyamalan, like I was talking about. That's the middle ground. That's why we have a station, a base over there. I think that's where we meet. There was that time, remember, when I can't remember why the fuck they went down there, but remember the Pope,
which is going
to and John Kerry and
Obama.
All these people went, like in some Russian Orthodox, dude showed up, and why the fuck?
You know what I think?
I'll go down there, dude. There's a reason.
One I'd throw out there, because it was shortly after Mandela effect period, right? Like, it was already that was like 2016, 2017, was it not?
Uh-huh.
Maybe something changed a lot, like, geographically. And then all of a sudden there was a bunch of exposed old, whatever, buildings or something. There was a bunch of shit that came to light that was found because of Earth changes.
Oh.
Like old civilization shit.
Yeah.
And that's what they were going down there to check it out. Like, it might be insane, because that's when they made the treaty, the extra treaty that nobody was supposed to be going near the Antarctic, essentially.
Right.
Without the proper crap.
So I feel like there's I just think that ice wall is the center point. I think beyond the ice wall, I think there's more. I theorize that there's more land. And the other thing is, though, I can't explain if they have their own sun. You know what I mean? Like imagine it's like
I remember thinking about Venus and trying to figure out if it's possible that could be another sun far away on a flat plane. I used to think and was trying to figure that out, looking at its movements.
Dude.
Yeah, I was a flat earther, legit, and then I thought enough.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
dude, that's badass. No shit. Oh, because Venus is so fucking.
It's like,
bright.
is it possible that's like on some orbit really far away and it just comes around but near us sometimes, and that's really another sun from somewhere else on the flat Earth?
Think about it. It does. If you think about it, it does look like a sun way far away.
Like how perception works and what you see and what they tell us, but then what else maybe it could be, right?
Bro.
Yeah.
That's great, and it always follows the sun, so it's just a little off. It's always off. Near the sun, so. You always see it coming up in the morning. It's there. That's just because, if it's further away, you're just happen to see it first. And then here comes our sun, which blocks it out. And that's why we really never get a glimpse of it. But then every once in a while, you get these two suns in the sky thing. Is that just some sort of refractionary thing that's going on or whatever? Dude, that's interesting. I never thought about that. But, dude, that's badass. Like Venus was really another sun further out. That's cool. I like that. Well, and also too, if you think about Atlantis, right? So then you have 3 concentric rings, right? Which each ring is like, imagine, and they said imagine if all of this was Atlantis And when the floodwaters came, it broke everything up. That's why things are all, maybe, is my theory, is that maybe that those rings, if there's more rings, if there's one ice ring, why can there be another one and another, right? Well, there'd only need to be two, and there'd be three, essentially, to be the center. You'd have a ring because I guess the North Pole is essentially making a circle. And then you'd have another circle on the outside and one outside of that. So if all that were true, there would be your three concentric rings, and there's your Atlantis. You know what I'm saying? Atlantis is, they always say, oh, it's over here, it's over there, it's over here. But what if it's the whole makeup of the earth itself? I always thought about that. And then
if Atlantis was pretty much a worldwide thing.
Yeah. It's a worldwide thing. Like Atlantis, they were really just
worldwide level of almost tech or technology or understanding or whatever.
And I think right
sorts.
Yeah, that's what we obviously have pyramids here, and who knows what they have over there. And so what I'm thinking is like, the like after the flood, is it possible that civilizations further out on the rings, the ones maybe they started quicker, or they came back quicker, or they didn't, maybe things weren't as destroyed or whatever after the flood, let's just say. And then, is it possible that like there's a civilization out there that's way ahead of ours, and that's where we sometimes, and that's who we talk to. I think that maybe that's where we trade information. There was a show on TV like Counterpart where we had like tapped into another dimension where there was an Earth kind of just like ours but slightly different, and they would meet and they would exchange information, kind of like a sort of like United Nations, but for interdimensional contact with another planet. But it makes you wonder, if the, because you think about it, like, I'm sorry, you ain't doing shit on the ice after so long. There's only so much. If it's just ice, dude, what the fuck are you still there for all those years with with the scientific buildings and all the blah blah blah? There's got to be more, obviously. And if it's all ice, then why the fuck do you even care if we go? Like he's saying, like, that's weird. Like, I always thought that was strange. Like, you get all the nations just to agree on that. You can't get the nations to agree on like world peace, but they all fucking sign this shit. Like, it's weird, and it's still in effect today, right? So, like, they'll take you down there to the coastline, pet a penguin. But I don't know. That's there's something going on.
To me, it's just as possible there used to be humans on Mars, and Mars was completely a different atmosphere. A different thing.
Sure. That's if. Are you going with the idea that? Yeah.
I'm not going with the idea that people came from Mars. That's a stupid statement. It's like, well, that's just like passing the buck a little. It doesn't really mean nothing to me.
I miss
they were there first. Probably not. Where if they weren't there, if they were there, then they were probably just as likely somewhere else altogether different.
I remember looking up, and it seemed like space was more. It had depth. The sky had depth. Like when I'd look in the sky, what I'm saying? It looked like it had depth.
I think there's atmosphere issues. It changes it.
Yeah.
Maybe pollution, maybe more.
Sure. And sure, light pollution for sure, right? Because it dims out everything. But I remember looking up and just feeling like, dude, you can. It seemed like there was. Oh, I didn't feel so enclosed. One thing about the flat Earth concepts and theories, if we're going by the idea that, everything's a psyop anyway, the psyop would be to convince everybody that you're under a dome so that you enclose yourself. So I kind of think that's weird that they wanted to promote that, because the people that are promoting the idea of the flat Earth are typically not very, let's put it this way, these aren't the most religious people in the world. If you think about players in the whole thing, like the ones that started it.
There's quite a
They're not-
mix, or at least a mix that they present themselves, because there's definitely a whole religious.
There is that they pay it lip service, but they don't. They seem very far from the idea, and they don't seem like very trustworthy when it comes to of truly being or speaking on that level for God. I feel like they were definitely put in place, and I know the ones with that the main characters were put in place, 100%. And then there were others offshoots who were just regular people who were sharing their information, their testimony, and I really enjoyed those. I remember I subscribed to quite a few of them, more so than I did the major players, and I got a lot out of it. I thought it was really interesting, and not saying that it isn't true. It certainly could
There's
be.
a lot to
but-
think about and consider and try to figure out.
Yeah.
With flat Earth, like all the different models and the different things, and there's a lot going on in the sky. There's a difference from a perspective of a ball, perspective of a flat, and then different possibilities that could make up one or the other. Man, it gets pretty complex, actually.
Yeah.
But I don't think most people go that far with it. I think they just get taken by what they see on a video. And sadly, there's a lot that's fairly bonk, right? Like, I guess one could argue one way or the other, but let's say the aspect of the atmosphere moving with the Earth or not, right? The idea you can jump up and land down in the same spot, or an airplane land on an airstrip, right?
Yeah, or hot air balloon, or
Yeah, but I think like just from the default of the way people think, they're thinking like the dirt under their feet is where the force is that's moving.
Right.
And that's not the way the model would be. The model is just the whole galaxy and the whole universe, or not the universe, the whole solar system was all spinning in certain ways at one time, and there was spins in the spin, right, that formed.
Yeah.
And matter collected together and blah 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 blah, right? That's the official story. So it isn't like the Earth is the driving force. It's just that's just the motion of the region, right? So, but people don't think like that. And
well, it's just like the idea that,
and maybe they have a point, well, we're not in motion, you don't feel like you're in motion, and obviously the argument against that is, well, if you're always been that way, how would you know if everything is that way? So
I understand the scientific method, and I understand that it's sometimes based off theory as to the most logical theory becomes, in many cases, fact, because we have no better ones to change it. But in a weird, like, if you think about like the idea that somehow they're sure that there's this molten core that's in Earth. And by the way, just so you know, I just saw a article saying that they've just figured out that the molten core now stopped moving, and then actually maybe has shifted.
no, they're saying it's turning the other way now.
Turning the other way now, dude.
Yeah, I seen it on the Weather Network.
Okay, now how the fuck that to me that's.
See, it turns out that it changed direction.
Really,
I'm like, isn't that significant?
Isn't that significant as fuck, bro? Like
that's just just on the side here in the weather.
You're talking about a large, gigantic magnetic core that's decided to flip itself and go the other direction. I'm thinking, pole shift, anybody? Is this what we're gonna see? Where the, let's say we're on a ball or whatever, and I mean, because it is weird how like they will find animals that are like flash frozen. They're still eating leaves. Like, how does something freeze that fast? Especially a big, like, like a big mastodon, or a big what do they call those? Woolly mammoth and stuff like that. They find those elephants.
Quite
and,
a few.
Yeah. Right.
They have
and they're flash frozen, dude.
Everything. Like,
yeah.
They probably grew some.
Well, it's weird, And now you're telling me that the core of the Earth is has stopped and now it's flipped the other direction. Okay, that to me, that's going to be, isn't that quite significant? Shouldn't we feel, shouldn't something happen when that happens? It's a big thing. So, yeah. So what does that mean for us? Do we have anything to worry about? And if we did, do you think they would tell us? Probably not.
I just Googled Earth score change.
See, Joe's like, he's going with the tortial shape Earth. That's cool, man. You know what? I could see that. Why not? I just, kind of hard to fathom how all that works in a tortial shape. I never really looked at the model of that. Oh, the sacred geometry. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, I don't know how they know what they know or how they figure what.
How do they know that? How do they?
I know they do send waves through, but how do you figure out which way
come on.
it's spinning or moving?
Bro.
But it says here by the 1970s, the inner core was spinning a little faster than the planet. It slowed around 2008, and from 2008 to 2023 began moving slightly in reverse relative to the mantle. Really?
Wow.
News
2008.
flash. Holy
Newsflash,
shit.
2008. That's a big year. That's the year
Kind
I
of
claim.
a scientific freaking thing.
That's
you think
weird.
people
That's
would
the
know
year they
about.
turned on CERN.
Which
CERN
year?
is
08?
Yeah.
It slowed around 08.
Dude, that's
From
what it
08
says.
23
They
began
turned
moving.
on CERN in 2008. And then
Interesting.
remember, CERN's electromagnetic field is greater than that of the Earth itself when turned on, which I still contest to this day that they're doing something else. There's no way.
I wonder if that's part of a giant scam
Dude.
to try to kill the Earth.
Dude.
Make it cold. Why in reverse? Probably
Why would
reverse
they
because
reverse?
it'll. Maybe there's a thing.
Are they
Maybe just
trying
like
to?
Superman, make time go backwards.
That's what I was thinking. Like, are they
I
trying?
really don't think
Are
that way.
they
but
messing with?
For all I truly know. For
Well,
sure.
no, but dude, I don't know.
Heavy.
Dude, what? Are people just trying to like? It's almost like
Maybe it's all bullshit.
maybe it's all bullshit, and that that's a good point too. Like, again, they have to put out these articles all the time. Like, didn't you not know that the Earth core? Don't you feel smarter now? We told you.
Yeah,
And it's
you know
like,
what?
whatever.
It could
how
be
do you know?
bullshit, but for a purpose. So
Yeah.
like as if something happens or something's going to happen in the future, you can blame it on that scientific reason, right? And I say this because I remember something I noticed with Mandela effect is there was a concept early on in a couple of the big videos about creating antimatter, and that it possibly just falling down into the earth and consuming matter. Do you recall that?
All right. Explain that one more time. Sorry, I was reading a comment.
CERN, do you recall some people saying that CERN was creating antimatter and
Yes.
that they could have lost it and like sink down into the earth, and it was like basically creating a black hole, not a black hole effect, but storing matter.
It does actually supposedly create small black holes.
That's a different thing if they create small black holes or not. But there was this thing about the antimatter.
They were actually generating. They
the
were
Earth inside the Earth because they'd
Yes.
lose it. It would just fall down through everything, and it sort of like anyway.
Well, I heard they were trying
but
to
what I've
harvest
seen,
antimatter. Yeah.
Yes, and then there was a worry that maybe they would just lose it. They wouldn't be able to contain it, and that it would destroy like all this matter down in the earth and could cause issues. This is this was a big video. This was like a highly produced video. I'd have to look back.
I remember
It was
that
the main
video.
one. And then when I learned about the Mandela, like I seen things endlessly in Google Earth and whatever. And I was claiming things like bottom melt. I was claiming things like it looks like a bottom melt effect. It looks like the land's like land lower. Like there's just I seen issues with like a lot of sediment poured out, like the Louisiana, New Orleans area is a good example. Like it just like poured all kinds of sediment out really fast, right? Like things changed the islands, the sand islands there.
Yeah.
Along the east coast of the US.
Yeah.
But I think what it was that if that became like more of a thing that got noticed too much, it could be blamed on CERN of the concept. Like, I don't think that's what they were doing. I think they were just kind of half full of crap when they're talking about the antimatter.
I think they were doing
but
some time.
They
dude,
knew that
because-
some of these issues would come up. when things were being effed with or got effed up.
I think that's
like
why.
land melting away, essentially.
What if they are messing with time to some degree, and that's why you have like you have like all the shiftiness of the continents. You have like, I mean, because because one theory is that it appears like some of these continents are either, you could make the case that maybe we're going backwards in time, and like but then again, the erosion that we see on the coastline and all the things breaking up, and the fact that things are being like displaced.
There's many things that go one way. You would assume one way or the other, and that's
Yeah.
the same with some of the movements and positions. Is this the old way that the Earth used to be,
Right.
compared to what it was? And trust me, I analyzed the F out all of it, and it really just turns out that no, there's a whole different thing going on here. It isn't logical as shit we know and understand,
Right,
and
right.
it's just simply like a ball of freaking.
Oh, you can't put it in a
manipulation
box.
going on.
That's for damn sure.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like the world's like. There was a girl I met who, I think she was the same one who was seeing shit when she was young. Yeah, she did a paper in college on the fault lines around New Zealand, because it is a very unique place on Earth. Like she did geology, and when she's seeing it, she damn near lost her mind. She said, like, the fault lines, it all looks like it's spaghetti over there. They all like curve and wiggle, and the whole thing, it like literally looks like the fault lines look like spaghetti now instead of primarily straight lines everywhere. And then she pulled her old papers out, and they were all different. They changed on her. Like, it's like geologically, it's a shit. It's absolutely unbelievable. Like they I don't know. There was something I heard about a bunch of geologists getting taken out, and it was blamed on these gold mine scams and shit. But I don't know. That was something else I wondered about, because it was like the year before I found it or something, was when supposedly there's this gold, things in Australia
when,
and the financial scams, and they were not,
Right.
and a bunch of these geologists geologists got knocked off.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
It's
well,
like
that's
when
strange timing, because the Earth looks pretty freaking strange to me right now.
wasn't there a bunch of
Don't lose
holistic
it.
doctors that
I
got
know.
killed? Remember that when the holistic doctors were killed? Like maybe 4, 5 years ago. It's a big thing. I can't remember. Like it was all weird, dude. Like within the year prior to that, like when that 24-month period or 12-month period, it was like yeah, there was a bunch of holistic doctors that were apparently like dying mysteriously. Like, you wonder, like,
You're saying some period before Mandela effect?
I'm saying during Mandela effect.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But then I think people were talking about a pandemic or something that was coming, and that they were trying to off these people because they were, they might have some information on how to cure people, But I don't know how true those reports were, but that was kind of strange. Like you do see this, like, culling of certain groups of people they want, gone before something happens. I don't know, maybe. But I was wondering if you remember that event. I don't know. I don't know if it's still. Let me see here. Holistic doctors. Doctors. Let's see. Dying mysteriously. Let's see here. 6 doctors found dead under suspicious circumstances. This is in 2015, so it was during Mandela. So this one asks on TikTok, how many holistic doctors have died in the last 2 years? And this was, let's see. No, there's nothing there. Hold on a second. Let me see. I remember it was this weird, one of those weird blips that you see and it's like, Uh-oh, Snopes did a thing on it. 6 Alexa. Fact checked. Let's see.
I had somebody pull Snopes on me once.
Really?
Yeah, because they're like, oh, whatever you listen to on the internet, and then they pull. I was like, and what is that? What website's this? It's just on the internet.
Yeah, let's see. 2000. So, yeah, I heard like one guy was just like walk. I remember one guy got shot, and then I don't know. It's just weird, you know. It's kind of strange. Again, I don't know how true it is, but I just remember them being reported. Again, it depends on where you get your information from. It's true, but I don't know. It is strange how these people just every once in a while you get the. It just, you know, it's so weird, like how it happens right as, you know, something comes out. Like, for instance, the guy that, you know, what was it? You remember the way they would test the, you know what, and they would run it through that machine, and they would say,
Test the you know what. All I
yeah, I
can think
can't
of
say
is
it.
what.
I can, you know the, you know what, you know.
No.
Sorry, like,
What are you
you know
talking-
the,
Oh,
yeah,
the
yeah.
sickness.
Yeah. So, you know, they would, I can't say shit, but yeah, there was that machine that, and he invented it, but then he died.
For ventilating.
Not the one, not for that, but for testing.
Oh, for testing. Right.
Yeah,
Getting
looking for the
results.
virus or whatever. Yeah, looking for results. And there was a way to magnify it, and he was like saying that machine is not good for that. You're not supposed to use it for, because you will find whatever you're looking for, and you know, basically saying that it'll give you like false positives, right? And then he died, like the year of the, you know what, in 2020, and like, you know, just perfect timing for this guy to kick off, right? You know, like, you know, it's weird. Anyway, stuff like that always happens, man. It's again part of this. I don't know what you want to call this world. Very strange place. Very, very odd. But yeah, man. So dude here goes on. It's a pretty good interview. And I don't know what it is about MMA and these fighters, but these guys are like just, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they're just
Well,
the base
something about
group of people,
MMA
but
is
they're all a bunch of conspiracy theorists, apparently. Jesus. I've never seen a group of people
I'd
more.
say they're kind of like the red pill level.
Yeah. It is weird how many of them, though, like legit are just straight up like based in a lot of ways, man. Like they don't trust the media. They don't trust, you know, they question a lot of this shit that he's saying right now. This is really, I mean, you know, 10 years ago, if this dude busted out with, yeah, man, flat earth, I mean, people would freak out.
It's
But it's
changed a
funny.
lot.
It has,
Sure.
you know.
That's what I was gonna say. They can't manufacture these guys. You're legit or you're not. You're screwed, right?
Yeah.
The fighters. I mean, and what are the type of people that come up fighting are not the university type per se.
Yeah. I did a poll. Did you vote on my poll?
Yeah, I'm generally with you.
Yeah.
If not, then it was just real, and somehow Buddy managed to scramble up there, and everybody was too much idiots to respond properly and quickly. But it's hard to believe they could be that unprofessional.
Well, they just let me. I guess I can't vote on my own poll. Sucks. 50%, 56% say ATH allowed to happen. There you go. Allowed to happen. Meaning that it's just, you know, a little odd that dude was able to sneak up, you know, and find him a vantage point to shoot at the president. While apparently some Trump supporters saw this guy, were trying to warn police, and they kind of stood down until it took place. They could easily radioed in and said, okay, we've got a disturbance on the outer perimeter. Please, you know, pull Trump down until we figure out what's going on. You know, take it seriously. But apparently nobody was. And then guy was able to almost kill the president. Pretty
It doesn't
wild.
really make sense politically for
How about
Trump's
man?
side to do it. Like he didn't need to, right?
Why would they? I don't think.
For them to take
Why
it
would he need to do
for-
that?
to
Dude,
boost
he's
himself.
winning.
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
winning.
There's no reason
There's
why
no
they would.
reason.
No.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean he couldn't be told, like he couldn't be puppeted to be part of a situation that they want. Maybe just to make more people go for Trump, for all we know.
I mean, here's the thing, dude. Like, the only people that are undecided in this are going to be like your libertarians and a few, people who are whatever, just that don't have any party affiliation. They might just be sort of neutral in the whole thing, whatever.
Mhm.
You got a few of those, but are they enough to swing the vote? No. So why would you pull a stunt like this in the, because the risk reward is not really there. I mean, especially when you're leading. I mean, one thing, if you're Biden, you want to make Trump supporters look bad, and you pull it off just to like blame some right wing, gun loving American, apple pie eating, American flag waving dude, right? And you say, look, that's the face of evil right there, and he's racist. And yeah, then okay, that would probably help Biden. But in Trump's case, what did he have to gain by this? I mean, like, the people who are voting for Trump are already voting for Trump. Nothing's changed. He hasn't done anything to change poll numbers other than, pretty much win the last debate.
What's changed? The way people feel about it, the number of people and the way they feel about it.
No. I mean, what's changed for Trump? Nothing's changed for Trump in the last, nothing's happened. You know what I'm saying? There was no
What
scandals.
I'm saying is, if it could be just a part of trying to get people worked up for more to come in the future.
I guess it's a way to maybe get. It is one. I will say this: if it does anything, it could definitely embolden the right to be more aggressive towards the left, because they could be saying,
Precisely.
well, you could say, well, now I really hate you because you guys are the ones that are trying to kill my president. They could make that argument. And then, of course, I would say there's probably more unhinged people on the right.
There's probably a lot of shit going on the internet
Left.
right now.
Yeah, I would say that I definitely would say the right's a little more. I wouldn't say they're necessarily more violent, but I would say definitely they definitely have more resources. These are pretty much, people that own a lot of guns. So, you don't want the wrong people to be like acting weird and doing something stupid.
They forgot them on the way to the White House.
What's that? Yeah.
They forgot them on the way to the White House.
Yeah. So there's a lot there, man. Let them back. I don't know. It's strange, but yeah, at the end of the day, bottom line is, I really do think that was a bullet that hit Trump. I do think that somebody tried to fucking kill him, and I just think that, if anything, there are people within his group and his clique that would be willing to maybe look the other way and allow this guy to take a shot.
I don't think they would do it on the spot, like on the fly. They would have to be planned. They know what's going on.
100%. Yeah.
They wouldn't overlook it on the fly.
I mean, let's be honest. I mean,
something was planned, it's planned. If not, they're doing their job, right?
So here's what I'm thinking. If you're a sniper up on that building, you're a sniper. Now, you're not there to snipe somebody in the crowd, because you could technically kill a bunch of people doing that, or hurt the wrong person, or shoot a kid. You wouldn't do that. Your job is to look on the outer perimeter. Your job is to look for people that might be hiding in with a ghillie suit, or maybe they're, like in a tree or somewhere in a position where this guy was up on the roof. So that would be your main focus, I would think. So based off what I saw, where the snipers were located next to Trump, or at least, the people that returned fire and killed that guy. By the way, they killed him quick, dude. Like, I mean, they took him out. So, obviously trained people, right? And so it didn't take long to eliminate the threat. So yeah, all I'm saying is, it's just strange how that dude was able to just sort of get in position with a firearm, and make the shot with, at least try, attempt a shot without anybody really stopping him until after he had already hit Trump. So yeah, I don't know, man. It's just weird. I'm just saying. Couple things there that I have a problem with, especially given the fact that I think Pennsylvania is, like if you're talking about, like, I don't know, maybe I'm thinking wrong here, but if Trump is in Texas and he's doing a rally, you're pretty much like, in your own backyard, right? But if you're in Pennsylvania, where, Pennsylvania's, kind of a purple state, it can go
Yeah.
left or right.
It is probably one of the more worked up states.
Yeah.
Split.
Yeah. I would think you would take a little more caution, but I don't know. Weird world, man. 52% real. Some people say real. Only 19 say staged. And I get why you people say that. You guys out there that are saying it. I 100% understand. But yeah, I don't know. Like Noble pointed out, which is a good point. I don't see why Trump would risk it. There's no need. So that's a good point, man. That's why I'm leaning to, if anything, allowed to happen.
I don't know if I mentioned when we were live or not, but
what's up?
That shot is very the image of him coming down the steps with his fist up. The picture perfect moment. It is very similar to the escalator shot to me. Just the whole vibe, the whole thing seems like that to me. Like it's this moment in time.
There is
that the Simpsons creators could have somehow did a show about.
Let me tell you, man. I mean, the energy that you can kind of feel is very 2016 ish. By the end of 2019, when Trump was, he was getting beaten up. Only been through one impeachment, the whole impeachment thing. I mean, we were moving into 2009. At the end of 2019, he had done the debates with Biden. He didn't do very well. He got COVID. He wasn't feeling well. Whatever. There's all kinds of things. It seemed like a real tough time for him. I still at the same time, he still had a lot of support, and was quite shocked when he lost the election. And still to this day, I mean, we all have our theories on that. We'll just keep that quiet tonight because I am trying to be a good boy with you too.
Did they have? Oh, they did have some side plates up. The deflection plates, the clear plastic they put up around when they're talking.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, I just went back. I do see one. Yeah, by the steps where you come up. It doesn't block everything, but a certain angle, percentage of view.
I'm kind of. I mean, obviously, if he got shot in the lapel or in the in his suit,
right,
he would have to be wearing a vest, and I'm still not sure that was a bullet hole. If that's just not
it is. It definitely indicates the direction of that shot.
Well, no, I mean, I'm just saying it could be somebody photoshopping something. Now, I'm not saying they are or they aren't. I'm just saying we don't know.
I think where you get nicked in the ear has to be a pretty specific angle. Like it's very limited.
Dude,
the angle he could have got hit for that nick, right?
The fact that
like
dude,
your head's there, that lowers the angle that you can get shot at.
I mean, dude, just a little bit more to the right, and that bullet hits you right in the face. You know what I'm saying? And it's all bets are off at that point. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, dude, that thing could totally go through your brain. You could be messed up. Could have hit his eye.
I should find that building on Google Earth and see. Actually, I wouldn't know where the stage setup was. Maybe I could figure it out.
I bet you could. Dude, you totally could do that. You know what?
I want to know if the angle's right, because that's one thing I was watching, like when likely that bullet went, which is just before he grabs it or before a bang, somewhere right around there. And the angle his head's at, like, man, there's very limited angles. Like, dude had to be like specifically somewhere. Like, it might just indicate whether or not that guy did that damage or if somebody else might have done that damage.
Where's the location? Let me look at here. Trump rally in PA.
Assuming it wasn't the guy with the razor blade.
Here you go. Here you go. Right here. So, law enforcement snipers, boom. This is the stage right here. Dude had he was okay. So he was back here. And see how these okay, so this roof angles, forward and back. This is a center point here. So this is all. So these guys who were stationed here, they couldn't see him here.
It does work. Yeah,
it does.
He had his head turned far right.
But it's crazy, dude, because like you would think you'd have drones or something.
It's unbelievable,
dude. How the
get up on any of these roofs? There's not that much to cover, and it's pretty blatantly obvious.
Yeah,
it's like I'm just gonna climb up on the shed over here. No one look.
It would be like a guy scaling these lights or whatever these towers are, maybe like going 5G, and the guy like in a freaking like a worker's uniform, like during the rally.
There's not that many buildings where there's a place you can just climb up the side.
Exactly.
So obviously there was a situation where it's possible. Obviously that should have been recognized ahead of time and be watched or changed or blocked off or something. But they should have the eyes around to be able to cover all the walls of any adjacent buildings, and like it's.
And another thing,
the freaking tin roof that's like a floor and a half high.
Here's the thing, too, dude. Let me think about it. He's like right here. Okay, look. Like, so I'm thinking maybe he was already there with a gun and he was waiting.
Suicide move too, right? Like, dude's crazy.
Yeah. Like, yeah,
you're gonna die. How do you expect to get away there? You're gonna run down the field? Like, what the F?
I don't know. I mean, maybe he's planning.
There's nowhere to go.
He's planning on checking out.
Checking out behind one of them trees right there, right? Just until the
well, what I'm saying is, I mean, I can't, like, what I want to find out is, so he must have been already in here while in waiting. He could have been waiting. I don't know, who knows how long, but he must have been hiding out or something, is my thought. Because what are you going to do? Pull up here while there's a rally with the former president? And you're telling me there's not going to be any security in this parking lot to see a guy walking this way to climb up the building somewhere. He climbed up. Let's just assume it's right here on his backside. So he climbs up the building, gets over here in position, shoots. No one's going to see you like carrying an open rifle or case. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not going to look a little sus. So either he must have been he had to be already here. Somewhere he was already in the building, and he just popped, then he just checks his watch and does his thing. But dude, that's not a bad shot, man.
Does it look like the stage location's higher up than the building where the sniper or where the shooter was? Does that land go uphill, or is it all pretty flat, do you think?
It's all pretty flat.
It isn't higher up than the other building? I'm just wondering how high the other snipers, the police snipers.
Well, the stage is raised. It's elevated stage, right? So it's raised up about, I'd say 4 or 5 feet. So it's up, a little higher. And then you got dude here.
You don't think it's downhill to where those trees are? A little bit where the grass is?
Oh, I mean, it's possible. It's possible. You're saying this could have been almost flat trajectory. I mean, the bullet.
Yeah, and I'm also thinking that the police snipers should have had a decent view on them. Because they were even up higher than that roof, weren't they? Didn't they have something built?
They're right here. They were here.
Weren't they higher than the roof? Like they had something built on it or something?
No, he had a tripod with it looks like either a rifle or some type of gun. It might have just been a rifle with a tripod. Could have been maybe. I don't know. Maybe it was a 50 cal. I don't know what the hell. But it looked like a rifle. But again, yes, these buildings do appear higher. But still, I guess if you're crawling back here because of this roof line, I mean, you might have, if you stayed low, you might have been able to And that's why apparently he had. See, they say he was located here. That's weird because you have the center part here. You would think he would have been like over here in the more of the middle. I don't know if this location is correct, but maybe it is. Okay. And then because
there is windows in that building there alongside of it.
Uh-huh.
Could be a place for other shooters.
Yeah. That's weird, man.
I'm pushing the narrative. Trump actually lived and he wasn't supposed to.
You know what they need to do?
The real shooter.
You know what?
All over again.
I just figured out how they can have these rallies and still have people participate and keep them safe. Like he could do a rally inside one of these places like this, and then like check everybody, and you could probably fit like I don't know, you already stuff like 5,000 people in this place if you really wanted to.
No, it's not that big.
You don't think so on the ground?
I think you'd have fun trying to get 500 people in that building.
500?
Yeah, it's not that big of a building. Look at the size of the trees.
It's a big building, dude.
It's not that big.
I bet you it's at least
arenas hold limited amounts of people. Of course, there's many different sizes, but
sure. Okay. Well, let's just agree to disagree. Let's say you can get let's say
you can get big buildings or some.
Well, yeah. I'm just saying if you had him here inside here giving a speech, and then out here you have a big telescreen, and then you can just watch him on screen and let the microphone there. That way, I mean, people can still enjoy the rally and hang out, and they can just watch him sort of live. He's just in the building. That way he doesn't get shot. I'm thinking that's a good way to do it. Yeah. But,
I'd say they should be more careful now at the very least.
Definitely. I wonder if the name of the shooter's been announced. Let's see. Name. I just gotta know.
I just don't really quite get what's going on. Something about it all doesn't add up.
Yeah.
That's why I'm claiming like there must have been like other shooters or something. Really, it was like some great freaking practically miracle that he lived. I don't know. I don't understand why this guy that misses.
Let's see. I know, right? It says. I hate. I hate when you go to these news websites. They always like block it unless you're actually a subscriber or you're paying money. Tentatively identify, it says here. Okay, let's see who it is. I don't know why I'm so curious about this. I just want to know if my theory was right earlier when Fizzy was saying it too.
Which theory?
Maybe was he maybe somebody that was not from here, maybe if he was like a different nationality. Yeah. Look for the one where it says, well, I don't have the sound on. Shit.
We're about to watch right here on our screen. So that's the first thing. Second thing, with respect to the suspect, yes, they do have a tentative identification. As you and I spoke before this press conference, that individual is a male, approximately 20 years old, from Pennsylvania. There's a very active law enforcement work being done right now. He did not have an identification on him. And so what they want to do for sure is to find a way to be able to match either fingerprints or some sort of DNA and have the ability to make sure with 100% certainty that this person is the person.
Yeah, that's right. I was hoping they had more now. Okay.
My very first thought as soon as I turned on the video, knowing, of course, what happened somewhat ahead of time. It is a good situation as far as controlled set. That was my first thought, because I know I'm about to see something epic and question it, right?
Uh-huh.
So right away I look at him like, quite this, like, I mean, it's a good amount of people, but it is in a very controlled situation, whereas it's like countryside around them, right? And it just looked like, I don't know, the way the stage was and stuff, it wasn't like all spread out. It was sort of like someone kind of can think that it's more of a setup. It's ridiculous thought, but not necessarily a set, but more controlled setup. But no, I think it's for the most part fairly legit situation that happened.
Yeah,
so it seems to be.
Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, we're about to, I'm sure, hear a bunch more. I'm curious to know what. I'm curious to see what the mainstream does. Because like I said, dude, every time you turn around, they're always like, saying, yeah, it's kind of like either mumbles or kind of just mention, like, under your breath, like, or is a passing a thought that if Trump gets elected, that's the end of democracy. Well, they say that all the time. It's the end of democracy. It's the end of our nation. It's going to be the end for all of us. They're gonna, the scare tactics are out there. They're gonna they're gonna stop all abortions. So, and reproductive rights. They're gonna go and they're gonna deport all these people, and including the ones that have already been here. So you got to go too. That is not going to happen, because everyone knows that we need we need people in our labor force, because they keep prices down, and if you didn't have those folks doing those jobs, we all be paying a lot more, which is just going to hurt the economy. So in a lot of ways, some illegal immigration, I hate to say it, is in some ways good for the country, because you have people that come over here and they work really hard. They want to stay, and they typically, like I say, work for less, which again keeps wages down. But if
There
you have
used to be a bunch of Mexicans that were seasonal, right? They come up and work and go back home.
Yeah, and that still happens here.
Home.
Sure, and they do it here too. They come and go. There's people that just whatever, and then overwork, and but it's like because the system is already sort of and I get it. The system is it's difficult to become a citizen. Number one, it's difficult to just go through the process. It's much easier just to sort of smuggle your way in and get to work. I mean, dude, I've hired legitimately, dude. I've hired, people who had citizenship. Okay. And every time I do, they only last like maybe a month, sometimes maybe 2 months. And their work ethic, their work, the, what I want to say, the skill level drops off, the quality of work drops off. And then eventually I've had to let 2 guys go. I hired 1 black guy, I hired 1 white guy. And then we went back to, calling a temp agency, and we got a Mexican guy in there, right? And I'm like, dude, this guy can barely speak any English. Damn well he's not. Now, it's through the temp agency, so they determine if he's got all the stuff in the right order. It's not on us. Okay, if it was on us, he wouldn't work for us. But because it's through a temp agency, we get this guy in, right? And he's the most badass worker I've got, like I've hired. And it's like, dude, I've tried to hire, people to do the same job, and look, I mean, nothing's really hard that people have to do at my job. It's not really hard. It's just that when you're there, you got to work and you got to stay busy, and there's not a lot of downtime. Yeah, but you stay busy. The day goes by quick, And I personally, my rule is, if I'm working, I would rather stay busy, because, dude, that is a way better day to stay busy and have stuff to do, and just, and I get it. Sometimes it's mundane and it sucks. But when you're at work, God, man, I'd much more prefer to be busy at work than to be not busy, because I can't stand how the day will just drag on. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about. You've probably had jobs where it was like some days were just smoking. Everything was freaking fast
You
paced.
stay busy, time flies.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. Time flies. Next thing you know, it's lunch. Next thing you know, it's like 3 o'clock. You're like, dude, 2 more hours, I'm out of here. Whatever, whenever your schedule is. But yeah. So anyway, moral story is, I've tried to hire legitimate, American citizens or whatever to do these more remedial type jobs. Again, nothing hard, but the ones that work are the freaking, the Mexican guy that shows up. And I know damn well he's probably not completely legit. However, that's not really on us. That's on the temp agency, though. We're, we won't be in trouble. So anyway, just saying,
the drugs is putting a beating on the locals.
On the locals?
On the cities.
Oh.
On the people in general.
Yeah, but isn't that mainly the West Coast cities? Like,
I thought it was like most of America.
Well, I mean, obviously we've had a big uptick in
people
illegal
dying.
drugs, and
the city I'm in, there's like 5 people die a day.
Dude, yeah. I mean, I know on more. What's the city on the west? Is it? I can't think of the name of it. The one that has a really big drug problem over there on the West Coast.
San Francisco, LA. Oh,
no, in Canada.
And Vancouver.
It's really
Vancouver's
bad
pretty
there.
screwed. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty screwed.
Because they legalized everything.
Yeah.
They're pulling back on it now.
Yeah.
They want to
That's
stop people using on the
there's a
street.
great documentary about Vancouver, man. Great documentary. And it's just weird how you see it's so out of control. Like they would talk to the drug dealers there, and they're explaining how they do it, and they're like, "Yeah, we get fentanyl. It's like we order it from China. It's like $800. We step on it with heroin, and in some other drugs, and like literally we can get $100,000 out of 800, like turn a profit if you mix it right and sell it and whatever." Now
So they cut it with heroin.
Yeah, they cut it apart. Yeah.
Anything else? Or?
Oh yeah, there's some other crap. That's what makes it so messed up, is you never know what you're gonna get.
You don't know how much you get, and it's so freaking powerful.
Oh, dude, it's crazy.
Mixing it essentially.
Just one slight mess up, and that's it, and you're dead. You're freaking dead. But the police are carrying.
So why don't people take a pill and try to mix it more, and then just try a little bit? I guess they don't really care.
I don't
know. You know what I mean? Like if you had a real potent bit in a pill or something, I don't know. Does it come in pill usually? Sometimes.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the things that was killing Americans, is they were kind of like making they're pill makers that make pills that appear to be like normal opiates. Okay, and it's really
But they're shooting it, are they not? Like
no. Well, dude, you can touch the stuff and it can kill you. Go right in your skin. I saw a cop.
Were they doing it like heroin sometimes though? Like
yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. I mean, that's the quickest, easiest way to do it. But like some people are, what I'm saying is like kids are dying because they're not shooting up. They're taking a pill that they think is like a typical opiate or a painkiller, and it's got fentanyl in it, and they're fucking dying. It's overdose. And that doesn't hit you immediately like what a shot, but it does hit you, and then once it does, it's over. I mean, if you don't get help right away, you're screwed.
Yeah, to me, like I don't know, as a previous druggie, And I wasn't. But to me, I don't understand the painkiller shit. All of it from the very beginning, the Oxycontins, the perks. I don't even understand that high. They're downers, right? So it's
It
like
is.
being druggish, and you don't think you're just like a moron. Like it's
Well,
not enjoyable. I don't understand people. So I
I
think they're all idiots to begin with.
my
Why even like that crappy high? You moron.
bro, no, see, for me it wasn't that at all. So what happened to me was first when they used to give that shit out like fucking candy. First off, in the United States, like, do you just get painkillers all the time? Then you go in for like this dumbest shit, and they'd be like, "Oh, here's some hydrocodone. Enjoy your new habit." Like, dude, they didn't give a fuck. They didn't give that shit out. Like, dude, I'm telling you, it was like no big
Yeah, a
deal.
lot of people did get hooked on shit without
Dude, it
realizing.
wasn't anybody's. First off, for me, it was I told everybody, like, in 2008 when I went to the hospital because I had gout. Fuck that was. And I was like seriously in pain. Dude, it was ridiculous. Never in my life have I ever heard of something like, and you wouldn't think like just a toe would be a big deal. Let me tell you something. That shit's crazy. That's like, so it's like something's wrong. Something happened. I don't know. My kidneys got all messed up, whatever. It was probably, I stopped drinking alcohol. That's the reason why I don't drink alcohol. That right there. I used to drink alcohol with my ex, because I was trying to keep up with her in a way. But dude, the more I drank of that shit, the more it was causing gout. So I quit.
You sure it wasn't the time you're spending with her?
Oh, I'm sure it was that too, dude, because there was like so much evil. It was like a concoction of evil. Dude, it was. It was like you just mix it all and we got a lot of fact. We got a lot
Probably
of
your
bad things
body
happening.
blistering from evil.
Oh my God, dude. Yeah. It's like this horrible concoction of evil and including it. So they would give me that shit and I was taking it and then I kept getting it more frequently. And so, dude, it got, kind of used to taking those things because then I remember I was pretty much not saying I was past the gout. It was weird, dude. For the longest freaking time, and I mean, I'm telling you, I would take that crap and then, I just had it so frequently. I was like, oh, okay, you went to the dentist, you get some. Oh, you had a toothache, here's some more. You go to the doctor because you needed whatever, you might get injured or whatever, they give you some for that. Oh, my back hurts, here's some for that. Dude, I mean, every time you turn around you could get some. I mean, it's like everyone was taking the shit. It wasn't whatever. But so at some point, I was getting off it, so I realized, I was like, dude, you know what, this shit is like, I'm taking. And I'll tell you, even in my heyday where I was, quote, like kind of like it become a habitual thing, the most I ever took was like 4 a day. I literally watched people swallow 8 of them, 10 of them at one time,
Right.
to get high. It was crazy, dude. Crazy. But no, I was more like just, and this is how it became for me.
That's gross
So-
too. Just the amount some people were eating, just that to consume that much chemical shit in your stomach and
It's
whatnot.
unreal, bro.
It's gross.
That's unreal.
Sweat that shit out.
I can't even imagine like what that's doing to your body. But no, I was, like I said, I did it to maintain and when I was working like doing the mechanic and stuff, I'm getting older now. It's really taxing on my body. And just the way you bend and the way you use you're using your muscles and you're just like it's a constant workout, lifting heavy tires, lifting rack and pinions, lifting whatever, just the way you contort yourself to work on this or that. You wrench your back. Dude, I'd take that stuff and become like Superman. And it's weird because it never really made me like dumb or didn't make me I did it just to numb myself so I could get through and work 60 hours a week. That's what I did it for. It was more like shit. I could take this stuff and get 60 hours. But it was weird because it was almost kind of like that. There's a commercial back in the 80s where a guy was snorting cocaine. He's like, I snort cocaine so I can work harder and buy more cocaine, And it was like he kept going in this little circle in a box or whatever. He's like, because he was stuck. And it's like became this thing. And that's kind of what it was like for me a little bit because it was like, yeah, I'm like, yeah, I take some pills to help me, maintain so that I can work harder, so I can buy more pills. Like it gets kind of crazy, and it's just like you're sort of on the crazy train at that point, and that's where it was. But it didn't start out that way. I mean, like I said, like, dude, the doctors and stuff were just handing that shit out like it was Halloween candy. And no one really thought it was addictive. Like
Then turned
everyone
off
kind
the
of,
tap pretty much.
huh?
And then they turned off the tap.
Dude, they did.
And
You would
everyone
believe,
went, what, street drugs?
bro. When they turned off the tap, because I had long hair, right? Like I went to a restaurant, and like the entire restaurant, the like you could tell them, like they were all like, dude, it was weird. Okay, like the energy was really fucked up there. Everyone was like, it was like, I'll never forget. It was like right after they implemented tougher rules on this, right? And they weren't giving it to people anymore like they were. They just weren't doing it. And I don't know. I'm just telling you, I was there, and I remember one of the waitresses came up to me and asked me if I knew where to get some of that stuff.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. The long hair. Everyone's in need.
Yeah.
Looking for a drug dealer.
They're like,
you know,
this
someone
guy can probably hook us up. And what's weird is I did.
Right.
I did know people, but I wasn't about to just randomly hook like somebody up, like that, because I didn't know who these people were. So, anyway.
I have an uncanny capability of finding people like effed up, man. Like I can drive like sometimes hours and drive right to a place. So there's like 2-3 times it's happened in my life. And there was a time I was looking for weed. And I just went by this store and like there's a dude. I'm like, hey, he looks good. It turned out he had cans of it in his freaking backseat. I had to go get more money out of the bank machine.
That's crazy.
Yeah, like I ran right into a guy selling. Well, yeah, but it's $120 a pop. I was like, I'm just looking for a joint. Okay, I'll be right back.
So what do you?
I just pulled up and asked them. I'm like, hey, I'm new to the profits.
Wow.
I was on my way to the freaking bus station to see if I give someone $20 for a joint. For all I care, I just wanted a little bit. It was years and years ago.
So you just walked up
But
and that's
like, hey, just another example. Yeah, I had a work vehicle, like electrical vehicle, so you could tell I was a working dude. And I'm a pretty convincing guy. Like I talk just plain. But I would still. It's surprising, dude was ready to sell me a chunk there when he was like, wasn't really a small time dealer per se, right? He's in a little bit heavier quantities, I would say. To some degree. It was just before things went legal, like the year or 2 years before. So even the vibe of it all in the country was still changing quickly. There was a period there, the great period, when they had like cafes in certain cities, so things were definitely loosening up anyhow. But yeah, I had times when there was a buddy, I was giving him a lift out country, and it was like an hour and something away. There's one main sort of windy old highway, and then there's other smaller sort of half major roads off of them. I drove down and we just knew, I think it was his girlfriend or his girlfriend's friend and they were somewhere. And I drove down and we got to like, you pass the sign, okay, now we're entering this area, right? And he was trying to text, and of course the cell phone's shit out there. But I drove like right to the house and looked in the house and like slowed down and looked at this house where there's many houses along the way, but it was off a road and went in. And yeah, and other times, man, I went to cities and found people. Like it's crazy. I'm just saying, I have an uncanny, weird, like it's like guessing multiple choice, right? I can just get in, just get this lucky zone that I can get in and literally just go to people. It's so freaking weird, man.
Weird.
It is.
That's kind of cool.
Like a seeker. Is that what seekers mean? I think it comes from that.
A seer?
No, a seek.
A seeker. Maybe to seek. So yeah, you're like, dude. So if I came to you, like, dude, like I need to really get baked. You could hook me. You'd be like, dude, I don't have any, but
obviously this is going to resort back to the drugs, isn't it?
Right. And then you break out like not a
That's the
crystal
problem here.
ball, but
It's
because you're
drugs.
Canadian, it'd be something quirky like a crystal, like a crystal square, and you got the crystal square, and you're like, dude, I can, you touch it, and you're like, yeah, man, I can take you down the street, and we'll just find some rando, the first guy we find. But it's Canada, though. It's not even fair. I think everyone has weed. It's pretty much. I mean, are you really? Are you just? Is it just process of elimination? Like
Right
basically your
now,
odds are so much
right now,
better.
there's stores that sell it where I live, and no one really
Right.
has to go more than 2 or 3 blocks
That's
to
what I'm
get
saying.
weed.
Yeah,
Most
that's
people within a
true.
block. There's a
How much
lot of
of Canada?
little shops now.
How much of Canada do you think actually smokes weed every day? Like what percentage of the population?
Every
No,
day isn't that
every-
high of a number.
Every day.
That's a good question.
I don't know. Is it
I
like
would think-
80% of the people? No.
No, it's not. I'd be surprised if it's even 25.
Okay.
That's every day. Every
Well-
week might come up pretty high.
Yeah.
Might get seeing towards 50%. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
But every day is that's quite a bit.
Yeah, I guess every day. I mean, that is a lot because
I think it's
wake
in
and
around
bake.
10 to 15%, maybe.
Do they sell like
Very
anything
good
else?
question.
They sell like the stuff they call it like shatter or glass.
Yeah, you get
They sell
they
that
have,
stuff.
yeah,
the
wax and
pure wax and all that. Wow.
A lot of it's coming in around $40 or something, 35, 40
Ooh.
for a gram or a gram and a half.
Oof. That was like the last time I smoked. Like one of the last times. Dude, Jesus. That was something else. That was something else, man. I'm gonna tell you. Holy shit. I was holding on to reality, barely. I was a little, it's like you don't expect to just, wow, man, that was so baked. But I'll tell you what, I took
Some
one
people
of these.
roll, if I ever get any of that, I just have little tiny bits in quite a bit of tobacco. Literally just little bits.
Yeah.
But the way most people smoke it, yeah, they're rolling these big balls and heating up this big bowl and smashing that shit. Yeah, you can't think. Good luck.
Well, I
with
was just like trying to process how high I was. Like it was that point where you're just like, Jesus, like I am so, like I'm so high basically. But what I'm saying is like, I remember when I was driving and you know how you over process everything. It's like, you're like, all of a sudden you start thinking shit like, wow, like it starts to bug you a little bit. Like you're like, dude, am I going too fast? Wait, no, I'm going way too slow. Hold on, speed up. Okay. You know how you're like,
your mind's often off on some tangents.
Dude,
You
it's
say you overthink
crazy.
things and then you're off on tangents here and there.
Yeah.
And it can be dangerous because obviously you're supposed to be paying attention to driving. And
Well, I am. I'm really focused on driving, but at the same time, I can feel myself really focused on other things as well. But I'm still, I am focused on the road, but it was crazy because your mind can go somewhere else, and then you don't really time. There's no time, right? So sometimes when you really bake that high,
then you're wondering if you were really paying attention to the road.
then you're wondering if you were and how long you were thinking of that other thing, and it was probably just a few seconds, but in your mind, you're like, dude, how long was I gone? An hour? You know how it is. It's so weird, bro. It's like, oh my God. And so I'm driving. I was like, shit. And then I remember I took a wax nap or whatever, dude. And it was like the best sleep I ever got in my life. Oh my God. Like I slept for like a good, hard hour, right? I got back to the shop and I remember laying back and I slept. And I was like, Jesus, dude, this is so good. I mean, I woke up feeling amazing. Actually, the best part about it was after the nap. And that's when you just felt like just good about life, good about everything. You're just like, man, I feel good. Dude, life is good. Man, I love everything right now. It's great. It's good shit. But yeah. It's pretty crazy, man. I don't know. Texas isn't legal. Not yet.
No.
They're probably gonna, it's always a process. It's always, look, we need CBD. And then I think you can get it if you
Your
get a
medical
prescription, medical, yeah. And then now that, and which is good, man, because it's helped some people. The medicinal has helped some people, I know, and I'm glad. I'm glad Texas is cool with it. Now, do I want to see dispensaries and all this? And no, I think I just not really for. Look, if you need it for medical, you can get it, and I don't think there's a problem with it. And as far as like technically, you can still get it regardless. If you, I mean, if you're, you know what I'm saying, like you don't really need to have that kind of availability. That way, then, because as soon as that happens, you're gonna have the 21-year-old buy it for somebody younger, and then whatever. It's just, in my opinion, it just needs to stay, the way it is. Because by the time you're an adult and you want to make those decisions, you'll know a friend or place or someone to get it from, and it's not like it's going to be like you got to go to stop 6 and, risk your life getting weed. It's always going to be a chill transaction. It's not going to be something, scary or somewhere someone's risking their life for it. So at this point, I just think that, keeping it medical is probably better.
I think there's a major change in the generations now. So like when you're growing up in school, to choose weed over alcohol is far more likely, right? It's like an equal option or opportunity, or both. I mean, obviously we all did both too, but it's just there's a lot of people, and because of internet and video games, there's a lot of kids that are just smoking and don't drink.
Yeah.
Like the drinking numbers are dropping pretty quickly in the young people, from what I gather.
I think it's a harder thing. I mean, unless you have parents that have alcohol, but I mean, when we were kids, dude, like
they're not socially the same either, right? Like so much is changing with the internet, with the internet world.
Nobody will. Okay, so because of because of the internet, because of so many kids that go out and do dumb shit when they're drunk and die, nobody's willing to do that. Dude, we used to like drive to a store when we were younger, 16 years old. We'd see a dude come out and we'd just like kind of, we'd size him up like, that dude seems pretty cool. Let's go talk to him. And dude, I don't know what the fuck, bro. I could sell ice cubes to Eskimos. I'd walk up to this dude and I'd be like, hey man, listen, me and my buddies, we're trying to get some beer, man. Would you be cool enough? Would you go in there and buy us some beer? And dude, here's extra $10 for doing it, and for your trouble. Would that be all right? And dude, no one ever turned me down.
Yeah.
I mean, every time I asked, everyone would buy us beer, dude, and give me a 12-pack, and here you go, on your way, kids. And no one cared. Dude, there's no fucking way that's happening now. Like, I imagine maybe like some country towns or whatever, like way out in the boonies and whatever. But dude, there's too much of a liability there, I don't think that kids do. And I don't even think kids really ask for alcohol.
The world totally changed with all the cameras everywhere too.
Yeah, dude. Yeah,
because there's cameras. I mean, there used to be almost no camera in the liquor
you get
store.
busted. You get busted giving or selling or doing anything, giving minors alcohol, dude. They'll fuck you up. They'll lock you up for that. So, yeah, I mean, that's a good point too.
The surveillance has changed.
Yeah,
the likelihood of you getting found has changed.
Yeah,
or something coming up. Let's say the parents find out. So what? They'll never know who the hell they get it from anyway, right? But now, they can find out. Come hell or high water, they can actually find out who got that beer for them.
Yeah.
Someone ends up dead,
Later on, Okie Mouse. Let me see. I didn't even do a shout out yet. I don't know how many people are still watching this broadcast. It is, hold on. Let me shut this poll down. 55% say ATH, allowed to happen. We're going to end that poll right there. Results will come up. There we go. 31 votes. All right. Well, let's see here.
It's a good breakdown.
Oh, shoot. Let me go here. Quick.
When I look at that, I'd say it's hinting a little bit more towards the stage side. Just no, the real side. No, allowed to happen is 54.
Yeah.
Even.
I
The meanings of all the different things and where the numbers lay. It's pretty centered.
Yeah. Well, I think people
obviously there's more real than staged.
allowed.
But allowed to happen is very much like a stage thing. So
yeah, allowed still allows for some conspiracy there, like a little kind of deeper, maybe deep state type stuff. That's kind of where I'm at because I'm like, I still, I have a hard time just trusting anything that happens nowadays without, like there are no coincidences, like I don't know, it's too much has happened and stuff. The way as controlled as this world is, I just can't completely say this was random without, in my opinion, there'd be, just I don't know, man. I mean, anybody can drop the ball, but you can't tell. I know that, for the longest time I thought, damn, dude, we were so stupid on 9/11, right? And then the last time I believed their bullshit, that everything was just, well, just a coincidence. And, this is like, damn, we got caught with our pants down.
Vinci Jones is having a field day today.
Yeah. Last time I saw him, he was crying. Is he all right?
He says he ever been all right. Probably not.
Well, probably not.
I truly don't know what to think of that guy. I never will. Like, maybe it's like, it could be so complex that it's like he thinks he's playing the evil by playing the evil, and they got him brainwashed, but he thinks that he got them beat even because he's not completely brainwashed. So really on the inside, he's good side because he's playing on the inside. And it could be so fucked. I'm joking, but like, I don't even know what's in that guy's head. Like, really, what does it boil down to? I don't know. Like, his intents and the knowings of his intents, and I don't know.
It's hard, man. It's because there's part of me that, I used to be, okay. So what made me change my mind about him was one event where there was some normies that were getting together at the state capitol to rally for gun rights. And, I guess there's some new bill or some, whatever. So anytime there's anything that has to do with gun rights or whatever, people flip shit. And so there was a group and they were there and whatever. And they were totally like, probably, 99% when it came to like what Jones talks about and for regards to guns and everything else. So like legit, these people should be working together and shouldn't be any problem, really. I mean, everybody's look like decent, just hardworking folks that wanted to keep their Second Amendment. So then Jones shows up and he's got the bullhorn and everything, and he just starts like yelling at these people, and they're like up on the steps and like, Jones, come up here and talk to us, and they're bullhorning him back because they're doing their own protest. And like, you would think they could join forces, but he's so dead set on like making an ass of himself and not really, like, I guess, read the signs that say they're pro gun. You'd think like, duh, you'd stop your shit, but he didn't. And he just kept on and kept on. And, just with like, getting in their face and doing his whole routine where, he acts all tough. And it's like, dude, you're literally yelling and going after folks that believe in exactly what you believe. And why can't you just work with these people? Why do you have to be an a-hole and try to take over the rally when they're actually telling you to go up there and talk to him? And he wouldn't even do it. And at that point, I was like, this guy's a fucking shill. 100%. And then the more I, started there was a good documentary about Bill Cooper, about how he died and about all that stuff. And they didn't really get into his beef with Alex Jones or anything. But when Cooper came out and he said that, he thought Alex was up to something because, early on, year 2000, Alex did a broadcast where he's trying to rally, get everybody all riled up and tell everybody that, the Russians were about to launch nuclear weapons and all kinds of shit. When all that happened, dude, like, I even like let that go. Like, well, maybe he's got bad reporting, and oh, maybe Alex is just weird because, dude, that's all he does all day. He's working for us. He's trying to. If I had to look at all that conspiracy stuff every day, I'd probably go crazy too. And then, lo and behold, give me about I don't know, about 7 years of that shit, and I'm still okay. And I really never, turned into a crazy Alex Jones type. So then I realized, like, holy shit, this guy is 100% shill because, I mean, he's kind of already told everybody, I mean, CIA connections and stuff like that. And, there's all kind of weird stuff with him.
You
I
know what
mean,
Cooper's a mistake was?
What's that?
He had too much hatred in his heart, and it limited his protection or any spiritual protection he could try to live as with or gain, and he was going to protect himself with a gun, which is a freaking joke, right?
Well,
he's only one person with a gun. It's not what are you going to protect? How many agents are you going to protect yourself from, right?
Yeah, I saw the whole thing and how he died and how they came out and they act like rowdy teenagers to get him to come down there because they would have some teens parked down there from time to time near his house because he lived up on a mountain, so they'd go up there to party, and he had to run them off before he goes down there, and like they were looking to start a fight with this guy. Anyway, there was an agent that tried to like jump on his car, like towards his car, and then as he drove away, he kind of pushed the agent off of him. That was mistake number one. He didn't go peaceably, and then they say that he reached for a gun and he shot. And here's the thing is they shot the guy, and then you found out later that they wouldn't let him have medical help for hours until he died. There's a good chance that he could have probably survived being shot, but they wouldn't allow anybody up there, a doctor or anybody. So he died. But yeah, the whole thing is really tragic. And again, I mean, hey, I'm not sure what like they went into base of the story of his life. And I mean, all in all, he he had an interesting life for sure. I mean, everything that that he kind of went through and how he sort of like put two and two together, and he thought, after a while that maybe this alien stuff that he's been given is sort of just laid on his desk, like maybe he was being sort of groomed, at some point, which he admitted that he thought there was something more to that. Anyway, just a lot, really interesting guy, but yeah, he definitely thought Alex was something else. And as soon as that happened, I find it interesting that Alex always takes credit for, and they always give Alex credit for saying that 9/11 was going to happen. He predicted it when it was Bill Cooper the entire time. Like, dude, that's crazy. Bill's the one that said it, and then Alex just parroted what Bill had said, but Bill wasn't around to defend himself. And then Alex would say, "Oh, Bill was a drunk, and he had to like tell him if he didn't calm down, he's gonna kick him off his broadcast." And he'd say all this horrible stuff about the man, and the guy wasn't there to defend himself. And I just thought, that's pretty dirty, man. Every time I listened to you two together, you guys are cordial and you got along really good. There was no animosity, and Bill certainly didn't seem drunk. So I don't know where Alex got all that. And I just felt like, dude, I don't know why you have to lie. He doesn't have to lie. So that was weird. So anyway, I don't trust Alex Jones. That's why I don't trust him. I just, and I'll tell you, dude, that whole trial that they, that's the Peter Pan trial, the Sandy Hook.
Mm-hmm.
That whole thing with him in the court and the way he was acting and the judge and the whole thing is just a show trial. And honestly, I think that was just like, it was predictive programming. It's a program the masses to say that, you know what, you better be careful because if you get out of line and you start talking about this stuff and you think that you're going to become a big YouTuber or something like that one day and spread some disinformation, we'll sue you. And look what we did to Alex Jones. He's got to pay billions of dollars. Do you have $1 billion to pay us? You know what I'm saying? So I think it was a way of sort of scaring people into submission because they were able to put him on trial and convict and all this other stuff. And I think that's it's a powerful thing. But watching Alex Jones in that trial, dude, he's going in. I mean, dude, there's a couple of times where I like legit, you could totally tell this was an act. I mean, everything. And that judge didn't even look like a real judge. What a she seriously looked like a stripper that they found to work as a judge. No offense to the judge, but she didn't seem like much of a judge. And then the just the characters, the attorneys and everybody else, the whole thing just seemed ridiculous. And I never saw, I guess they don't really show the jury, but that courtroom had to be the tiniest courtroom I've ever seen in my life for such a high profile guy, So anyway, a lot of weird stuff with him. But I just think he's just he's part of the whole apparatus, paid, controlled opposition. Mm-hmm.
The coming days will be interesting to see what comes up about this.
Yes, sir.
We got to find out a little more to who the shooter was, I guess. And...
Yeah, and the one that got shot. I mean, I saw a little bit of that. I saw them picking up.
I believe that was the scream, and it seems like it may have been a ricochet. Basically, Buddy got and killed him hit him in the head.
Yeah,
by the ear actually, and the skull was shifted some. Could be seeing like broken and brain matter. Oh, did you play that? I don't know where I read what I heard where. Anyway.
Oh.
Yeah, no. I think that's why I was trying to figure out the direction the shot came from, where people were looking, and then this lady was like screaming on the other side. And for the first while, I'm like, all this doesn't make sense to me,
bro.
And then I
there was like
there was some couple things went on. It could have been a ricochet that killed Buddy, and that's why the lady screamed over there.
I think I counted 7 to 8 shots. So I don't know how many the shooter shot. I don't know how many the police fired back, killing the guy. But I'm assuming dude had a couple good rounds. So even the one that like hit Trump, there were more coming, right? There was, there was other misses. So yeah, I don't know if that one was a ricochet or just was, missed its target but hit the other guy. No, it's crazy. There's so many people in that crowd. They said there was like 15,000 people. So yeah, man, it's wild. We're definitely going to hear more about that, and who knows? Probably find out what's. I'm really interested to see what the mainstream media has to say, how they treat this, and how they handle it. Now, what I saw today in my media was very like professional type broadcasting. Like I didn't see any spin or anything like that. It seemed quite legit. It's actually quite refreshing to see it. Just reporting the news as they know it. But the media is funny, man, because they'll always just keep replaying the same video, same images, same stuff over and over. So it's just pretty redundant. But yeah, we'll see what happens, man.
Do you know how I found out?
Yeah, how what happened?
I was in the middle of playing boats and I got a text. We're going from Fizzy. We're going early tonight. They shot Trump. I'm like, what?
Oh, shit.
So I'm in the chat on boats and World of Warships. I'm like, did someone in the world get shot? At that point, obviously, she left it like I didn't know if he's dead or alive.
Yeah. Yeah, I was raking leaves. I heard it. And I was like, what the
You heard it on what, the radio?
And the TV. Yeah. And TV on the porch. It was left here. The previous owners left the TV. It's not that great. It's like dude, I have a TV made by AOC. It's like a Democrat TV. It only plays like Yeah, it only plays NBC and CBS. It's weird. I can't get Fox. But the TV is actually a brand called AOC. Like, what the fuck? I don't want what's her name? Cortez's TV. But yeah, so anyway, I was the news was on and it said something about Trump, and I was like, holy cow, man, that's weird. So we went over there. I went over there, checked it out. And yeah, certainly. First thing I see is that Trump was okay. Because if I was thinking the worst, I was like, oh God, did they kill him? What happened? So yeah, watched a couple hours of that. And then I got on the phone with Fizzy and I got an earful about the weather and stuff because I didn't check my messages. Yeah. So anyway, but yeah, man. Well, good deal, dude. I think we'll see. And then if anything comes up, I mean, like I get off earlier now from work. Well, I don't get off. I mean, I do, but I get home a lot earlier. So if we, if something happens, if we need to go live during the week or something, just pop in and say hello to everybody. We can. Yeah, guys, get on Rumble. Get Rumble. If you have Twitter, Real Scarab. I can't believe I have that. I can't believe I have Real Scarab. That's fucking cool. Anyway, that's my name. You can actually get that one on X or whatever. I don't know what to do with X.
You didn't try Scarab Performance?
I did, but they wouldn't let me do it because it's too long. It can only be 15 characters. So Scarab Performance was too long, more than 15. So, and I didn't want to shorten it by some weird way. So I just said, you know what, let me just do Real Scarab. And it worked. So that's kind of neat. And yeah, if you guys hit me up. I got different social media avenues now, and so that's kind of cool. I'm definitely not doing TikTok. I just can't. That is one scary demonic box. I'm just not willing to open right now, and I don't really. Yeah, I get a bad feeling with it. At least Elon Musk owns X. It's a little better than the last dude. So, I can kind of stomach it a little bit, even though Elon's a little creepy.
Even though he's the ticket directly to selling your soul.
He pretty much is, yeah. Yeah, I know. Do you remember his wife was like a witch? And then
holy shit, that's
remember
right.
that chick? Dude,
anyone willing to be with somebody like that
they had kids, bro.
You both got to have issues. Like, seriously.
Dude, I bet those kids hatched. I bet they even like really, you know what I mean? Like, she like half lizard babies or something. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, I think we're gonna wrap this one up, Nobi. It is 3:20 in the morning here, so let me get some sleep and let me go ahead and see who's here. 1 second. Which I don't think is. Wow, this is sad. We have Ron Walker in Grand Tour Richard. Really? I mean, I appreciate you guys. Don't take me. Don't take it the wrong way, and just I don't know. Right, everybody's asleep, and I don't blame you because it is late. So, guys, thank you all once again for being here. Do appreciate it. Nobody got any last words?
Nope, not tonight.
All right.
Look out for people on rooftops.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, watch that, and we'll check out what's happening in the world, and if we see the need to come back on, and something crazy happens, something breaking, we'll probably just get together and talk, and we'll just hit the live button, guys, and maybe see you sooner than next Friday. But remember, if you don't see me, please check Rumble because it's getting a little dicey over on the YouTube, and if it happens, like I said, we'll just be going that way, and that's where we'll be. Okay. Anyway, guys, from all of us, thank you all for being a part of this broadcast. Take care. Have a great one, and God bless, guys. Good night.
Good night.